It never existed.
No such thing exists.
Doesn't exist.
Yeah, that doesn't exist.
That's cool, but you're living in a fucking dream world, okay?
I reckon you should show it.
What, you think I should just show it?
Yeah, I think
I
we
mean-
should.
I reckon
Well,
it too.
I mean,
No disagreement here.
I think that, I mean, I don't have I can't show the movie right now, because it's still a little bit to do. But I mean, there is this. I have this. I don't know if this is helpful. See that?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my
Wow.
god!
Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
You are watching the Vodka stream.
Fucking hard fact.
What is happening, guys? What is going on? We got the actual Vodka stream. The Vodka stream lounge is open. What's happening? Now we're comfortable and everything. We're all good. What is up, guys? How you guys doing? All right. How we doing here? All right. So hopefully we're doing pretty good. Yeah, don't worry. The chat's working now fine on this one. So yeah, what is happening? All right, let me see. Let me go through here. How's everybody doing? Yo, what is up? Yeah, I figured I'd show that video off one more time. Why are you falling down, Wonder Woman? Already? Come on, she's drunk. She's been drinking. No, she doesn't drink. What are you talking about? Yeah, didn't she drink Injustice? Didn't they have her like take a drink? Oh man, that was dumb. But anyway, sorry. Wonder Woman doesn't drink. Remember that. Let's see what's going on. Mattia, what's up, buddy? Hey, we got Liz Wonder here. Let's go. We fucking won, baby. Yo. Hey, we got Mama Film Junkee here. What is happening? It's been pretty good. Pretty good. I tried to call you back today or yesterday. What's up? What's going on? Thank you. Jason, what's up, buddy? It's been a crazy ride, but even though the line isn't in there, the ride ain't over yet. In all fairness, Roxy, she admit. Well, no. Like I said, like a lot of those people that were in the video, they've turned, and that's good. It's a good thing. I just love the fact that it said people were just like all about not existing. I don't know. I try not to be, but it happens. What is good, motherfucker? On repeat. Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is I love the fact that I would say all those people have obviously they've turned and they're loving it. So that's good. That's good. Can't stay for too long. Hey, as long as you stop by, man, that's nothing wrong with that, man. See the Easter egg and memorial wall. Yeah, the Ben Parker thing, right? Ben Parker was up there. That's what we're talking about, right? Yep. Pretty good stuff. All right. The movie was awesome. Yes, it was. Yes, guys. Just remember, this is completely spoiler talk that is happening tonight. Okay, so if you haven't seen the movie, you might want to turn away now because it ain't happening. And thank you for showing up to the interview with Debbie. She was a delight, of course. Love her. Yeah. So, and it was kind of funny too, guys. This is what I love about. This is what I love about this stuff. Keeps you on your toes. Because when we set it all up with Debbie, and I hit up her people, and there was like, all right, you got a half an hour. I was like, cool, half hour works. And then I get a message saying that like, okay, she's gonna show up at like 5:30, and I'm like, all right, cool. I'll just kill some time for a half an hour, and maybe I read that wrong. I should reread the text message. I probably just read that wrong, but who knows? I'm gonna finish off my Jameson, by the way. I'm gonna start off by finishing off this beautiful Jameson that I picked up for Wednesday. Let's finish that off first, and then all of a sudden, so I'm getting ready, and I'm pretty much ready, and it's like, I don't know, 4:54. I'm in the bathroom clipping my fingernails. And all of a sudden I hear the boop, and I'm like, oh, she's already here. Crap. It was like, ha, ha, ha. It was just like, oh crap. I think I'm gonna have to go back. I think I probably read it wrong. I don't know. Who knows? But it was funny. It was pretty hilarious. If you haven't watched the movie, you're banned. All right. When Sam Benjamin showed up as Booster Gold, that was crazy, wasn't it? No, I think somebody actually spotted him. He was a military soldier where he was in the parking lot, and you actually see him standing next to Ryan Choi. Yeah, I couldn't. I watched it 4 times. I could not find him, and then somebody pointed it out. So yeah, Charlie Hunnam was not, sadly. So, but anyways, guys, what a week! Been crazy. Ah, what a day even today. But cheers, guys. Cheers to all of you, man. I tell you what, it took every one of us to get this damn thing out, and it's out. And you know what? Even though like we've made it to this point, this was just a victory. Okay, we're still going. We're still going. Hashtag restore the goddamn Snyderverse. Ah, so good, man. So good. Ah, delicious. So the world has definitely changed. It's insane what's been all happening. And also, guys, my buddy Eric Z right here, he's hosting a little watch party thing, and I was gonna, oh shit, did I have that page up? I was gonna show it. Nope, damn it. All right, hold on a sec. Let me pull up his little page here. All right, here, let me do that. Sorry, I thought I had it ready, but if you guys wanted to RSVP, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it, sadly, but if you guys want to do it, he's hosting a little watch party thing right here. Well, I don't have the background in. So if you guys want to do that, hit him up. It's, of course, supporting AFSP, all that stuff, release the Snyder Cut Party Splash. Got a DJ Mike Brady and everything. So if you guys want to go check that out, hit up Eric Z. He's one of the moderators, so he's doing that stuff. And I don't know, maybe I'll try to make it. It's a virtual party. Yeah, it's a virtual party with the DJ. I'll try to make it, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I'm trying to still figure that out. Boop, there we go. Anyways, guys, all right. Like I said, full on spoiler panel right here. We're going to have a bunch of people coming in. I don't know how crowded it's going to get, but I don't care because I want it to be a party. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm going to start inviting some people in here. Boop, 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 boop. All right, so we got that. All right. So starting to send out some of the invites. Meow. All right. Who else here? Thank you, Liz Wonder, for the super sticker. You're awesome. I'm going to get some people we haven't seen in here in a bit, hopefully, too. Should be a really good time. That's for damn sure. Let's see. We got some super chats here. You guys are awesome as usual. I tried to get some more drops. I had some more drops. I was trying to get going, but fuck, I didn't have time. Did not have time. So thank you, Liz. You're awesome. And then, of course, we got Mr. Juggernauts. Did I miss it? Or was Nightmare female costume people thought was black? Yeah, Canary, not in the film. Loved the film, but wanted a fight scene in Nightmare World. Yeah, would have been kind of cool, but I mean, I think it was just supposed to be something brief, just to tease something a lot more. So, and then we got U-Boat Dawn, man. Why did Joss cut all the people of like the Amazon scenes was so much better with the well, the Amazon scene was just better all around. Yeah, I know it is kind of weird when you run down the list of all that and you're just like, I don't know, I don't even want to really think about that anymore. But of course, everybody's gonna be comparing it and stuff. So, by any chance, are we still getting the Ayer cut or is it long gone? I don't know. I'm not the one to. I'm not the one to answer that. I'm hoping we do. I'm hoping after this reception, why not? I mean, it's a no-brainer. It really is a no-brainer to release the Ayer cut as well. Like I said, $70 million to finish Zack's movie, to finish the Snyder cut. Ayer cut would not require that much nearly at all. I mean, my God. It would not. So, I would say I wouldn't even exceed $10 million. But then again, I don't know. I'm not the expert on all that. But I wouldn't even think that would cost. I think that would be the most $10 million just to finish that. But I don't even think it would be that much. I don't think there would have to be any reshoots or additional photography or nothing. It would just be like, all right, let's get in there, re-edit the movie, because he had a version of the movie at one point. He had a version of the movie. And then, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't. It just seems like they absolutely would. So, all right. We already got some people coming in. All right. Oh, what the hell? Someone just dropped a screenshot of the Gal Gadot and Ben Affleck screen test. All right. All right. Hold on a second. I'm gonna start doing this stuff here. All right. So we got that. All right. Starting off here, we'll go in order. All right. We got Miss Wonder Meg. What is up?
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. As you can see, what's holding down my table is a big, huge Superman.
We have twins.
Uh-oh. Look at that. Oh, you took yours out of the box.
It's been out of the box for weeks.
I know, but you gave me shit. I guess it was other people pretending you were giving me shit.
Yeah,
That's what
I don't really care. Once they get to you,
I know,
they're yours.
I know exactly. Well, I mean, I wasn't. I mean, I did show you how the boxes were fucked up.
Yeah, and I don't understand because, like, you know what?
Yeah,
I think the lady popped the fucking bubble wrap after I left.
Probably. I don't know. Yeah, but that, like,
what the fuck did they do to it? Like,
I don't know.
Beat the shit out. It's like that in Ace Ventura when he's like kicking the fucking box down.
HTS coming through. No, yeah. It's whatever. I mean, of course, I wasn't going to keep it. Any excuse to take him out of the box, Meg.
Exactly.
You know me.
I know.
But I mean, I don't know. I love this. When I took it out of the box, I was like, "Holy shit, this is adorable."
Like, even I have the Mandalorian with the child.
Yes,
it's like they have to be out of the box. Like those big ones have to.
Right. So, what'd you think of the movie?
Oh, I mean, it was amazing. I only cried like every 5 minutes.
Yeah. I got a little emotional myself. Jeez.
Like I was watching it again last night, and it's like it's coming, so like you get pre-emotional, and then you just sob. At least I did. So.
Well, when it first started, I definitely was like, "It's here," and then just watching going into the intro, I was like, "Okay, I'm good," and then all of a sudden, like. When we first saw Wonder Woman and heard that music,
every single time I see her for the first time, I cry. Yeah,
just everything like that. And then I think I was good for a while until Ray Fisher just started just punching my heart in the balls, man.
Yeah,
it's like God. I mean, when you see him when you see him get to the point where he's about to cry, like hold back tears, that face that he makes, I was like, oh no, Ray, no.
Yeah, that's tough. And then like to see him like we're talking spoilers. So right. Okay.
Full spoiler discussion.
Like when he's laying in the hospital bed, that's when I fucking lost it.
Oh yeah.
I was a baby.
crazy. All right. And then we're gonna get some more people in here. I mean, this is a first for the vodka stream here. We got Mr. Slade Wilson coming in here. What is up? Man, what's up, Terminator?
You better not be wasting my time.
That's a good impression.
That's what I got today.
Oh, look at that! Yes, I got my guy right over there. He's chilling next to big head Michael Keaton Batman and a xenomorph. So he's good.
The McFarlane.
Yep. He did okay. The thing's gonna get hot. Scott. Like you're gonna wear that the whole thing? What?
Oh my
God! Fooled us. Where's the eye patch?
Where's the mohawk?
Seriously, that ain't happening.
I'm sorry, that
try.
It's fine. It's so fine. We talk about. I have to. It's side work now to avoid all the freaking merch I'm buying.
Oh my lord! Yeah, you've been going to.
It was funny because when you sent me the link to the Hot Toys, the Nightmare Batman and
Superman. Yeah,
I was like. I got this too. And you're like, oh my God, me too. It was our first ones too.
Yes. We were like, I was like, payment plan. I mean, payment plan. I mean, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only costing me like $50 a month. I mean,
57.16 or something.
Yeah. It's like, what's 50?
Not too bad.
Not too bad. No. So, okay. So let's talk about.
Of course, got those too.
Oh, hold
You
on,
got
hold
all
on.
6 of them.
I have all 6 of them.
6? There was 6.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
like black and white.
because
Oh,
there's
the black and
black
white
and
version.
white.
Ah,
See, Scott
I didn't
had to
have the
one-up
black and
us.
white versions. Man,
Neither.
I did
Yes,
not
let's
know that.
see. Because let's see. Okay, so we've got 1 in 25, 1 in 50,
Nice.
and then of
Son of a
course
gun.
1 in 100.
Awesome.
Which one's your favorite?
You know what?
It's like
In
picking your
black-
children.
I know.
right? I honestly, I think in black and white, the Jim Lee one's my favorite.
Oh, I love the Jim Lee one.
But in color, I think Liam Sharp takes the cake.
Same.
Nice.
Same.
Yeah, there's something about I get what you're saying there. The way that his looks, but I mean, of course, I like Bermejos. How do you say his name? Bermejo, yeah.
Yes.
Bermejo, yeah. So something about him that he just puts that extra little layer of like, hey, this looks almost like real.
Yeah.
Oh no, absolutely. And then
Yeah.
of course all the foot action shirts.
Oh yeah, you got
So-
that.
They're
The
so
Batman.
comfy too.
Oh, so there's Wonder Woman, and then we got Cyborg.
They ship
Man.
so fast. I ordered mine like 2 days ago,
I
and
got
it was
mine,
already
like, yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and get Aquaman and Superman and Flash. The only one I'm waiting on, Darkseid's taking a while to just ship.
No, that guy's an asshole. You know, Dark Side. he can't find his boom tube back over here. So, you know.
I'm just saying it's crazy. And then of course the Martian Manhunter and Deathstroke shirts.
Oh,
the
dude.
killer
Oh my
today.
When I
gosh.
saw that, I was like, I had to have Manhunter.
I
had to have
instantly
Manhunter.
bought the Manhunter one.
Yeah.
Oh, I bought both. I had to support Manganello. I mean, come on,
Yeah.
that dude's been working it.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm gonna get
like-
them. I'm gonna get them both. I
Yeah.
have them both in my cart right now. But I immediately was like, I gotta get that Manhunter. That's awesome. Just his head right there.
Yeah.
Love it. How many times you watched it, Scott?
I've seen it 3 times so far because Saturday was a 4-hour.
Mhm.
When the virtual premiere finally went through, that was like
Oh my gosh.
that was my broken up one. That was when I took all my notes for DC Film Squadcast. And then Thursday on HBO Max, I took the day off from work and my dad came over. And that was another, we just watched the whole thing. And the whole time my dad was just like sitting on the couch, leaned
Oh,
back.
so
He
nice.
brought popcorn.
Nice.
And he was just like, and I even asked him at the end of it, I was like, okay, Dad, which one's your favorite? And I was like, and it was so funny. He was sitting there, we were eating lunch together. He was like, I'm just built this way, but this one's my favorite because it's 4 hours. I get more bang for my buck.
Yeah.
Like my dad's just like, I got more movie. I
Yeah.
automatically like this one the best. I'm just like, I like the way you think, Dad. I really like the way you think.
So
Yeah.
awesome, man. And Scott, I'm gotta upload the video. Oh man, where's it at? I had you won some things. Oh, here it is. Jeez. Sorry, I didn't have it pre-uploaded. I don't know. But when it comes to the Sci-Fi Center, did you do anything with that? Or
I entered the contest. I haven't heard anything though.
Congratulations. No, I'm just
well, okay. I guess I didn't get that info. Hold on a sec. I'm uploading the video now. I apologize. But as we're waiting, we're gonna get a little more wondrous with Liz Wonder. What is up?
Hi guys. How tired are you all?
I am freaking
Extremely.
exhausted.
Extremely.
I'm so drained.
But like in a good way though.
Yeah,
In a good way. I've been having like dreams of Darkseid. I don't remember what it was exactly, but
Oh man,
I had a
It's been
dream about
nightmare
him last
future.
night.
That's
What if
amazing.
it is?
Yeah, no, you could be predicting. You could be like how Bruce is
Oh.
doing.
You better write
I mean,
it down.
It seems like he when he sleeps, he has
He
that-
dies.
Something happens where it's just not good for him. Just
Oh,
definitely
by
not.
the way, guys, definitely if you're not already subscribed to Liz Wonder's channel,
Do it.
something
do
interesting might be coming your way soon.
He sent me so much homework. I was like, oh, this is so cool. Something super cool is coming. And thank you so much, Scott, for you're awesome for your time. And
Well, you're awesome for asking. So hey, we're being highly cryptic. That's what we do in this.
I know. I
family.
was like, wait, what's going on here? I mean, Scott's all right, but I don't know, awesome.
no, we're gonna talk and pretty much like go deep into the multiverse. So
Yes.
we're gonna try to like teach it to me like if I'm 5 years old.
Okay. All right, I got the video uploaded now, so let me play it real quick. It's from the Sci-Fi Center, William Powell.
Hey, Dave, Vodka Stream, and thank you for helping to support our contest and raffle that we were holding for the Justice for All AFSFP fundraiser that we did last week. And thanks to everybody on the Vodka Stream who was able to spread the word and help us push it. One of your members, and I hope he's here tonight, made multiple contributions to our fundraiser, and he actually won 2 of the prizes. One of them is this one right here. It's a Batman action figure. I know that particular person is into action figures. And the other one, Dave has a picture. Hopefully he got it in time. And it's a JLA number 12, cover A, signed by Alex Ross. That particular person is Scott McClellan. Thanks for your contributions. Thanks for spreading the words. And congratulations.
Wow, look at that, Scott. I'm going to bring up the picture right now. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's freaking out.
Yeah, I was glad we could see your reaction.
Silently freaking out. I love it.
Man. Yeah, let me bring up the picture. God damn. Okay, so now my laptop is tripping out. It's like,
how you feeling,
overwhelmed.
Scott?
Yeah, how you feeling?
Oh my god.
Here, hold on, man. I let's see here. Hold on. Keep talking, guys. Keep talking.
What would you like to thank?
I like to thank my mom and my dad and of course my wife and all my children. And
oh my god,
this award means so much to me.
Sorry. Yeah, for some reason.
I also want to thank Dave for putting me on the Vodka Stream.
Yes. Of course, I'm having technical difficulties today. It's awesome, as per usual. Let's see, where's it at here? Oh my god!
Oh my god! I love Alex Ross.
I feel like, oh my gosh, I need to decorate my room more.
I mean,
you guys
have
have
the
everything
stuff in the background right now, though.
Oh my god! Why not that? Yeah.
Oh man, I love it.
Which one is one of those the 84?
Yeah, the one with more color.
Yeah,
is 84, and then the other one, but they use the same skirt. And then
final
Justice. Yeah, I just like I have a mess, but I have the Justice League thing on the 84.
Oh, I see.
I made such a mess.
That's what you got right there, sir.
Oh,
fine.
Oh, and it's written by Brad Meltzer. Yes, I met him. I have a copy of the Absolute Edition of Identity Crisis autographed by him. So now I get Alex Ross to boot. Oh my god.
Yay.
There you go, sir. Man, that's
congratulations.
Oh god, I'm such a nerd.
It's okay. It's awesome.
Nerd. Well, we're all nerds. We're all nerds here. We love it. All right, let's bring on the next person who's in line here. We got Mr. Stephen Colbert. What's up, sir?
What's up?
How you doing, buddy?
Good. Oh, my mic is set up correctly.
I know
I told you I would do it once.
Once. This is the one.
Yeah, no, I'm going to get complacent. I'm going to forget next time.
That's cool. How's your week been?
It's been great. I slept for 4 hours on Monday night, and then I slept for 5 hours on Tuesday night, and then I didn't sleep at all the next night, and then I slept for 8 hours last night. So I'm good again.
Yeah,
I guess that's how that works, right?
Yeah, my sleep patterns are all over the place too. All week. It was like there was one night where I fell asleep at 9:30 and woke up at 3, and then the following night it was like 2:00. I mean, it's been all over the place.
I'll tell you what. I normally, as many people already know, operate on a really weird sleep schedule just because I don't like. I've got kids, and then also it's always been that way.
I've also gotten videos of you sleeping, so that's awesome.
We've all been blessed with those.
But and so, but then this week it was crazy just because of lots of different stuff going on, and then the virtual premiere on Monday night, I think, I stayed up until I just decided I had faith that it was going to happen, and so I just stayed up until it dropped, and then I watched it, and I already I had a screener on Saturday, was the first time I saw it. but it expired at like midnight on Sunday. And so by the time, as anybody who has seen it knows, imagine if HBO Max was just like, by the way, you can't watch this for 24 more hours. Like, and so by Monday night, I was like, come on. And then it went live at like what, 2 a.m. or something like that. No, it was 11.
I got it 11 p.m. Central was when I finally got my virtual premiere email. Yeah.
Same. Yeah. So then
damn straight.
It is. And so I stayed up and then I watched it, and then it's basically just been watching that on repeat. And then I wrote 7,000 words on it between yesterday and today.
Wow.
Because I did our ending explained and our every difference piece.
Right. Liz, how many times have you watched it?
I've watched it 3 times.
Nice.
2 full ones and 3 like just parts that I was. It's just been very difficult.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was awesome, and I'm planning on watching it tomorrow and again and again and again. It plays in the background though.
It's a great background. I mean, I think because of the music, it's so like it's a phenomenal.
Yes.
Yeah.
It changes so much, because every scene, like it's so cool how the music impacts a movie so much.
Yeah.
I've been listening to because you better believe Thursday morning on Amazon Music. Yep. I bought the album and it's
#1 on iTunes.
Yes. Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Liz, for the video question with Debbie's interview.
Thank you.
That was so great. Yeah.
I freaked out. I was like,
she's great. I don't follow music charts enough to know how often that happens, but I do know that it's like rare if it does.
I've been like I said today, it's been on in my background as I'm working.
And it's not even a soundtrack like a pop music. It's score.
Yeah.
It's 3 hours of score.
Yeah.
I wish the Icelandic song had like translation of what she's singing about. I'm like, what are you singing about?
What's going on?
I want to know.
Let's go ahead and start bringing some more people in here. We got Mr. Shiraz Faruqi. What's up, sir?
Hey. What's going on, guys? What's going on?
How you doing, sir?
Oh, feeling good. Probably like everybody else. It's been a very fun week.
Yeah, we're all feeling good.
As the first guy, what was that, in like November 20th or something like that, 2017, you were like, I have confirmation that there is a Snyder cut, so I hope you enjoyed watching it.
Oh yeah, I made sure to quote tweet that again. I'm like,
I love that.
Rare. I'll do a rare pat on the back for once.
Yeah.
How many times have you watched it?
I'm at 3 right now, so I've done 3. The press screening was Friday, and then we had the premiere, which I think we watched the next day because, unlike Steven, I have to sleep, so I didn't stay up. So
I have to too. I just don't.
And then once with my parents as well, I made sure they had to watch it too.
Nice,
awesome,
oh.
Loved it.
What did
how did you feel? What was that? Sorry, what?
Listen, what did your parents think? Do they normally watch all this stuff?
Oh yeah, they're pretty much into it. My mom's a huge superhero fan, so she was most into it. But I usually treat my dad as like a general audience test, and usually he's gonna be going to sleep in most movies, and even if they're short, 2 hours. But this one, rarely, he was up all 4 hours, and the second it ended, he looked at us and he said, "Listen, if you guys are not giving this a 5 out of 5, you're crazy." So I'm like, all right, if my dad said that, then we should be good to go.
Awesome. My sister-in-law doesn't normally watch all this stuff, or she does, but like not closely enough to like she couldn't tell you what Marvel and DC is from one another, or who is the cast of which ones. Definitely hasn't seen doesn't follow the big franchises outside of like Fast and Furious, and she's been watching it like nonstop. She watched it like out of support because she knew that it was like an important thing to us. And then she started like texting Amanda all these questions, and it's just like, who plays this person? That Jason Momoa was brilliant casting in this, and just like on and on and on and on about.
I got privately messaged by my theater professor from college. Awesome. You got to remember, I graduated college in 2005, and I get a Facebook message from him that's like, "Listen, hope your family's great. I have a Justice League question, and you're the guy to ask. My wife and I can't watch all 4 hours. Where should I take an intermission?" I told him where my suggestion was, and he goes, "Is it really as good as everyone's saying?" And I went, "Well, I think so, but I'm obviously biased." So, I'm gonna say watch it.
The fact that it feels, I don't. Next time we get to talk to Zach, if that happens again, or Dave, next time you talk to him, ask.
Yeah, what do you want me to say to him? I got you.
Yeah. Well, I want to see his answer, so don't just like text him and then be like, yeah, he said it was cool. I want to know how there's some Speed Force trickery going on here, because it feels like it's I'd say 2.5 hours, but like sometimes I'm looking at my watch.
Almost,
yeah, it feels like it feels shorter than the theatrical cut.
Yes.
It does.
I don't know how that's possible. Not just in the fact that like it flies by, but also in the fact that like the second it ends, the only movies that I ever want to start over like immediately when they end are like really short ones, or like the only movie that's longer than 2 hours that I'm like, let's do that again right now is The Dark Knight. I think it's the only movie I've ever been like, yep, I'll get in line right away again after seeing it at theaters.
Yeah. I think it helps. Oh, sorry.
No, Liz, you go.
Go ahead.
Liz, go.
That I think is mainly because he kind of divided into the chapters, or like the
perfectly,
so it's kind of like we're so used to sit at home now with the quarantine watching shows, but this movie is so good that it's like binge watching a show, so it's almost like it goes by so fast and you want more. So I think we're just
I actually get sad when it gets to part 6. I'm like, oh man, it's almost.
I know. I was so sad. I was like, it's how much. I kept pausing it. Like, how much is left?
Well, actually, it's interesting. And Liz, to your point, if you look at how long the individual chapters are, actually, there's a nice little infographic that I have. It's like the prologue is 9 minutes. Part 1 is 28 minutes. Part 2 is 32 minutes. Part 3 is 42. Part 4 is 30. I mean,
like a show. It's a really good show, and
the parts are like an episode of a weekly streaming show. So you watch for a 30 to 40 minute chunk, and then you get a title card that gives you a quote break. And I think that pacing really
your brain.
I was gonna say it's structured like a movie, but it's paced like a miniseries.
Yeah, it's so brilliant.
Because it's definitely not paced, or it's not structured like a show at all. Because you can't, if you divide it into parts, there's still like there's a good action set piece or two in every single, like if it was 4 parts, or in each chapter there's a big action thing going on, but it's uneven enough and inconsistent enough that like if you were to treat each chapter like an episode, it wouldn't quite work. But it allows you that like there is also like a theme and an arc in each chapter also, though, at the same time. And so it kind of gives your brain like a reset point where you're like, okay, cool, that's the end of that. Now change
I
machine.
can do one more.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, let's start bringing some more people in here. We got Mario Robles in here. What's up?
Hey,
Mario. How you doing?
Mario's on the Vodka stream to geek out with us about Zack Snyder.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it? And actually, before I say anything, Scott, a couple weeks back when Junkee was on the show, someone captured a moment of you feeling the music. Yes. And I got to tell you, that picture like stuck with me. Like that gave me like that made me appreciate the music even more. I just pictured you were just there and you felt it. I just had to say, like, now that I see you here, I'm on the stream with you. Thanks for going there, because I felt it.
Oh, thank you, Mario. And it's also, and it was so weird you just said that, because as I was listening to the soundtrack right before jumping on, I found the track. It's called Batman: A Duty to Fight to See.
So that was the one. Okay.
That's the one.
Yeah, okay.
That's the one.
Now I'm going to hear it with my DJ headphones on. I'm going to get into my Scott mode and I'm going to feel it. I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you, Mario. That really means that. Oh, I'm having so many feels this week.
But listen, I went through a lot of feels this week because, when it comes to like Zack Snyder's DC movies, I've had kind of like a love-hate relationship over the years where like a lot of times I give him a lot of credit for his ambitions and his ideas, but sometimes I don't necessarily agree with how he executes on those ideas. Mm-hmm. So when I came into the movie on Thursday, I gave myself the 4-hour block to do a straight watch through. I was like, I was a little apprehensive. I'm like, how is this going to go? Is this going to sit well with me? Whatever. And all I know is within freaking minutes, I was completely just immersed in this world that he was showing us. And every step of the way, I was like, I see what he's going for. And he's nailing it. Oh my God. Like I'm like, I couldn't, like, I finally, like, it all came together for me. And I had my, like, oh, so yeah, it was quite a 4 hours. I mean, I agree. Those breaks were like perfect because those are my little pee breaks and my quick check Twitter breaks. But I give myself like 3 minutes and then went right back in for the parts. Did he ever confirm anywhere that like those were going to be what the episodes would have been had it been a series? Like, did he ever say that flat out, or we just?
No, I think
4 parts of a series.
Yeah, I think he said 4 episodes, so it would have been, I don't know, 2 parts per. I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess, or I guess something would have gotten. I guess because a couple of them were a little shorter, so maybe they would have found a way to.
Actually, that's a good point. Well, because the first one doesn't start at 0, right? The first one starts like 20 minutes in, or 10
like
minutes
9 minutes in. 9 minutes in. Yeah.
All I know is that I kept on looking down at the stopping point, and I'd look down and be like, all right, episode 10 of the podcast, we're gonna still be talking about ice structures. Be like, all right, 11 minutes. There's someone talking. Cool.
Oh God, that minute by minute is going to be something else, man.
Oh, yeah. Good. All right, let's go ahead and get Mr. Ping Pong Flicks himself. What's up?
Hey. I'm in a line here. I wonder who's next. Garza.
The hot dog man. Get those Granny Goodness tube steaks.
Steven, you just brought up something that somebody spotted on the hot dog cart.
I would like to point out that this is on our commentary the day that the movie dropped. Andrew Dice points out that those are Granny Goodness tube steaks. So whoever caught that today, you were like a week behind, but I'm just going to leave it at that.
So was that your favorite part, Chris?
I was shocked to see. That was hilarious. We were laughing when he grabbed the hot dog and stuck it in his pocket.
I swear, the whole thing it's in slow motion, and I'm watching. I'm like, he's gonna grab one of those hot dogs.
Yes. Yeah.
And then he grabbed it, and then he put it in his pocket. And I was like, what?
With a smile on his face.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out who was he looking at more lovingly, Iris or the hot dog?
Definitely the hot dog.
The moment his eyes pan over and the smile stays on his face, I was like, okay, that's perfect.
And Steven, I gotta say, you inadvertently spoiled it for me. Like, here's what happened. I saw a tweet where you said, like, how soon until hot dog is trending? It put it in my head. So I was watching the movie waiting to see a freaking hot dog. And I'm like, oh, there's the hot dog thing that Steven was talking about. So you put that hot dog in there. But anyway.
How many times have you watched it, Chris?
7.
7.
Whoa.
7 times.
3 on the screener and 4 from H1. Like, once it dropped on H1 Max, and I'm in Hawaii, so it dropped at 9 p.m. my time. So it's like it's easily to go into 1 a.m. no problem. And then the next day I had to turn it on again, and then I turn it on again, and then today I turn it on again. So it's like it's addicting. I don't know. I need help. Someone help me.
It's a cure to COVID. Trust me. It's it really is. And it's funny too because right now in the United States, hashtag Zack Snyder's Justice League and Snyder Cut Justice League is both trending right now.
Again?
Oh,
Again.
wow, it is, yeah.
They just cannot stop.
Have you guys
trending.
seen Falcon Winter Soldier trending today outside of the sponsored hashtag?
No,
that was it.
No, I
When
haven't.
everybody was all worried about that.
Restore the Snyderverse is trending too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Snyder Cut Justice League. That's a new hashtag.
Yeah, I know. I saw that, and then they're both right next to each other. I was like, wow.
That means that all the normies are watching it because they're getting they're just hashtagging kind of.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you guys covered this before I got on, but did any of you anticipate the positive, the overall positive reactions to them get?
I was cautiously optimistic, but
Yeah.
I think that you saw in because I talked to you about this after I saw it. I saw it and I was like, this is the most accessible movie. It's still 100%, 170% a Snyder movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's also the most accessible movie that he's ever made.
Oddly enough, yeah.
I was like, okay, there's some things in here that are like diehard Snyder things that are going to bug people. But kind of in my head, my measuring stick was, okay, I think Zaki and Mario are both going to dig what this did, because it finally got Superman to that place that they've been, or at least closer to that place that they've been saying he was on his way to. And the second they had that, like the Jor-El and the Jonathan Kent speech, and he takes off, and then I was like, okay, but we'll see how he is in the finale. And he came in and he cracked a joke when he's like not impressed, and I was like, there we go. Okay, this is the one. And
this felt like classic Soups. Yeah.
And then I was 2 for 2 on that, because both you and Zaki were both like, this is great.
You nailed it. You nailed it, man.
By the way, the not impressed line is like when we all make the joke about that tweet about the get ready to revise your list. I'm sorry, that's my revise your list moment. Like, because he is so badass. He just kind of looks at him and is like,
also imagine Darkseid looking through the boom tube and he sees an axe hit Superman in the shoulder and it does nothing. He's like, that. Like, he's still got a scar from Ares.
I gotta ask Mario and Shiraz, being Superman fans, did you get the feeling when the hologram showed up when you heard the music?
Oh, instant tears.
Superman.
Instant tears. Because here's the thing too, like first you have like the quiet swell of the music and the camera starting to pan, and you're starting to realize, oh, this is where we're headed. They're all discussing what's happening, and then all of a sudden, as the crescendo of the music hits, we see the red cape. Oh, I can't.
That's a phenomenal argument too for the why a new theme.
Right.
And it's because like that theme is like a character. It's its own character in the franchise. And so because they've established that, you can imagine how hard it is going to be like in dialogue for like, how do you cross that bridge from like swelling to that point? Or how do you hit the crescendo and have someone say, we're going to bring Superman back to life? It's like, okay, thanks Aquaman for saying that. Now this is no longer something I can take seriously.
Yeah.
But no, you bring the music in and then you bring the hologram in and everyone is there.
It was there. It was amazing.
And the camera work just goes around the rotation. Yeah,
well, that's that shot.
Yeah, the way the whole thing reveals itself. Just
they had a rotating track with a green screen and a camera looking through it, and there's 2 cameras with a beam splitter. So they were shooting an identical picture from 2 cameras at the same time, because they were using a mirror to reflect the image identically at like 35 millimeters and 70 millimeters. And what it allows them to do then is in post, they can manipulate the zoom without changing the like the resolution because they're capturing it at different sizes. And so if you watch that scene, you see that the camera is circling and panning and zooming in and out nonstop. And it's insane that it's a dialogue scene, but it's like the most Snyder, like that's literally the exact same thing they did on 300 when they did the charge. It's the exact same camera technique. It's the Justice League having a conversation.
Well, and you know what the amazing thing about that scene was that in the theatrical version, they threw such antagonism in the team. Like it was a fight about bringing Superman back. And what I loved about this scene, it was everyone in that moment is like, no, we need him.
You gonna say it?
I know, like the fact that Flash,
this is a job.
Barry said, he was like, "Hey, I'm just gonna." Everybody thinking, I'm just gonna say it. You know, I love that Barry was the one that was like, "Hey, let's do this." And I have to say this: Jesus Christ, Ryan, what the hell?
Wow.
Nice little super.
Jeez, that's awesome.
This guy, he's turning into my sugar daddy. My God, I tell you what.
Woo, you better do
We made it. Cheers, sir. Yes, we definitely did make it. Cheers. Yes.
Everybody take a shot every time Ryan donates $99.
Take a chug. No, but yeah, that scene. And what I love about that scene too is there's also tension because Arthur does not trust Victor. You know, at first he's kind of like,
I mean, who is he, right?
Yeah, exactly. He was just kind of, he's kind of when they're having that discussion, he just, that seems a little weird. I mean, just the way that Arthur is in there, he's just a little suspicious. And that's what's funny about that is the last movie that would have been Bruce, but Bruce is all just like optimistic and do it, like especially when they're about to resurrect Superman. He's just like, do it, come on, bring him back, come on. Whoa, dude! All right, you asked for it. What the hell?
Oh God!
Whoa!
Okay.
Right. He's like a dude
shot.
And then we got Infinity. We got we got right here. The delivery right there. Yes. He's all, yeah, if I'm not gonna say it, just a genuine line. No cheese, all meat. But Ryan, cheese.
And Dave, and to that point, I mean, when we get to the end,
Oh, he's so
Puppy Steppenwolf.
I know, puppy nice Steppenwolf. and then
the grumpy cat
in his throat after
He
that. That's the
did,
crazy
yeah.
part. I'm like, and that's funny because someone was like, he didn't do anything nearly as emotional as Thanos. I'm like, I did not see Thanos
What?
swallow a lump in his throat.
Or give puppy dog eyes like that.
I'm not
Oh my
even trying to
gosh.
compare them necessarily, but like the things they did with his face, I was like, wait, and you did this in 8 months?
Yeah.
Like this, like this from 0 to 100, and that's like amazing.
he will. He was like, he will be pleased. He will remember my worth. I'm like, dude.
Poor guy. I feel
just
bad
wants
for
to
him.
be accepted.
I just
I
want
know.
to. He just wants to go home.
I know.
He did
Well,
go
that's
home.
the sympathy. That's the sympathy part that we were kind of like wondering. We didn't really get that in obviously that other thing. We didn't really get that.
No.
But you know, that's one of the things of a good villain is you're supposed to sympathize. I mean, obviously these beings are they're evil and they're they want to dominate worlds and stuff. But I mean, he is really just wanting to get back on the good graces of Darkseid, and Darkseid is a piece of shit. I mean, he's just an asshole, and he just wants his prize.
Oh no! Who's a petty bitch is Desaad.
Oh
That
my
meme
God.
somebody posted about him being the one that tells the teacher about the homework.
The memes are coming out, and I'm so glad someone started doing office memes with Dwight and Michael as Desaad.
he's definitely the Dwight. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
I'm the assistant to the Lord of Apocalypse. Assistant to the Lord of Apocalypse.
Yes.
We gotta get someone to get Ray Porter to record overall.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
He totally would.
It's so funny.
By the way, was it really hard for anyone to know about, to see the Billy Crudup scenes as Barry's dad, knowing now that we're not going to see him in
There's sucks.
in the
I
Flash
don't want to
movie?
get ahead of myself, but there's no way they don't bring him back.
I mean, I don't know what happened because he was supposed to be there.
Do
Wasn't
whatever you gotta do. Delay the production or figure it out. There's no way.
Because
I mean, the same with Iris West. You see Iris West, you're like, how can you not have her in this movie now?
Yeah.
With her 10 seconds of screen time.
And Mario, to your point, how much do you want to maybe think that this is like a wonderful negotiating tactic? It's like, let's say I can't do it. Then let this movie come out. And then let's like, okay, do you want me in the movie or not? I mean, would you really put that past anyone at this point to play that kind of game?
If that's how his manager maneuvered it, that's a very smart play. It really is.
I mean, 'cause that part at the end when he's just like so happy for his son.
Oh,
and what he's
my dad
another
laughed.
choke up moment.
My dad laughed so hard at this is my boy. I didn't teach him anything he knows.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, my dad loved that.
My
that
dad
line.
always says stuff like, "Son, you got to get your foot in the door."
Yeah.
So the fact that he was saying, apropos of nothing, like it wasn't like a thing that we'd established on screen, but he was saying it as if like this is a thing that this father's always wanted for his son to get his foot in the door for a great situation. And I'm like, that's literally my dad. He uses that exact phrase. So I just started crying. I'm like, what is this?
The way the casting is brilliant too. There's a chemistry between a father-son chemistry between Ezra and Billy, because like they've got that first scene which is so amazing between them, and he's like, "You're amazing, man."
Mhm.
And then Ezra goes and he sees Bruce and he goes, "Look, man." And I'm like, the way they both like throw man in at the end of the sentence, like the inflection is like on point. Like, you watch it and you're like, and it's weird because you've just seen the one scene of him, and then he does that to Bruce. You're like, "Look, man." I'm like, whoa, he is 100% his father's son, and I've seen them in one scene.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
Like,
Wow.
I mean, I've always thought the world of Ezra Miller. Like I've been a fan of his since this movie from like 09 or 10 called City Island. I don't know if anyone's seen it. It was like an
Heard of
indie.
it.
Yeah, he played Juliana Margulies' son in that, and he stole the show.
Yeah,
he
I
was
first saw him
amazing.
on I first saw him on the show Californication. He was on season 2. He was like the boyfriend of Hank Moody's, David Duchovny's daughter. And
wow.
I mean, yeah, little dude. I mean, he was like, I don't know.
He's been around a while now.
Yeah, he's been around.
First time I saw him was in the film adaptation of The Perks of Being a Wallflower.
Yeah, I think that's the one that really made him more of like a household name.
It was like kind of his breakout, really sort of role. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I mean, like when it comes to the humor aspect, I mean, when you watch, that other thing, that came out, which we of course struggled through, a week and a half ago, but or maybe it was a week ago, but yeah, I mean, I think a lot of us were kind of shocked at how much humor was still in this thing. I mean, I certainly was. I'm like, wow, this thing is pleasantly funny. Like it's not over the top. It's not, he kind of just hit it just right when it came to the humor, specifically with Barry.
Not only that, but I think my first reaction tweet was, I said, like, twist ending, it's funnier than the Whedon version. And not only that,
definitely is.
Not only that, but my favorite thing about it, like the most ironic or perfect way to end this whole saga, is that so many of the things that I thought, or many people thought, were Whedon jokes, were actually Snyder jokes that Whedon butchered.
Yeah.
It's like the things that Whedon added that were 100% Whedon. The Flash falling on Wonder Woman, the thirsty, all that stuff, not funny at all. And then you've got stuff like I'm a black hole for snacks, a snack hole, or like I'm rich, which I always thought that might be Snyder just because it's more that kind of humor. But even the I'm rich line, people always thought that one was funny. It's like 10 times funnier in this one because he turns on the car and it's got like an Edgar Wright style like editing of all the.
And then you hear that
and they're going to the plane.
And then the Joker score cuts in. Yeah, exactly. That like punctuates the I'm rich line like so perfectly.
You know the one scene that was cut from the theatrical that I remember Ray at the Flight Cast and Fans Without Borders. He was like, we were privately like talking. And he's been begging me for like 2 weeks, like, please just tell me that this joke is still in the movie. And it's the one where it goes, so will you join us? More or less. More or less.
Yeah.
More or less. He said no. He said no. Like that was a one scene. It's like, please let that be in the movie.
All of that is from the trailer, though.
Yes, that's right.
Before.
How about Alfred trying to tell Wonder Woman how to make tea?
And then at the end, when she's in the computer, he brings her the tea. He's like,
yes.
Have you done that as a TikTok yet?
I have no energy to do anything. I'm like, I'm gonna take a cosplay break for like 2 weeks and just hang out with you guys here. Just like keep watching the movie, keep making notes, learning.
Yeah.
Shiraz and Mario, I wanted to ask you guys this because this is one of those subtle jokes that it's not a joke, but it's a funny moment. And that's why I think what makes it very funny to me. But the Superman versus the League fight at Heroes Park. I'm sorry, but I laugh my ass off every time when Superman is like going to Batman because it's like you. And then Flash is running at him and Superman just sidesteps him and kind of just gives him a little pat on the back. And then he goes crashing into Aquaman. I laugh my ass off every time.
God, that was great.
And for you guys, I like how the use of Superman is like bad and yet it's so funny. I just curious, how did you guys react to that?
Yes,
I'm with you on the
bat for life.
When they slammed into each other, I laughed my ass off too because you just hear, like you said, you just pats them along, and then you hear Arthur just like that, and then they're off, and then it was just the first time I laughed. What were you gonna say, Meg?
No, I was just reading the donation.
Yeah, for me, I mean that whole sequence plays marvelously well without any of the butchering that happened to it. So, I mean, first of all, just general note, I didn't get to say this when I arrived. I don't understand the overhaul at all anymore. I used to be able to sort of defend the things that they did, or at least explain them. Now that I've seen this, I can't explain anything. None of it makes any sense.
Other than runtime, this is the movie they claim they wanted Whedon to make.
It had all the things that they wanted. And it didn't end in such a way that, like, if they wanted to branch off in different directions after this, that they couldn't have. I mean, but so that's just general note. The overhaul stuff, I just don't get it anymore. But in terms of that scene, I mean, the way he's portrayed there, it's just, you're right. He comes off so like badass and he has these funny moments. I feel like this time it was almost even funnier when he spots Barry in the Speed Force and Barry notices it, because I swear like this time there's a little extra time on like his eyeball turning and locking in on him before the head does. I swear,
So
like
scary.
Yeah, it comes across like you see it happen more gradually, where like now he's catching up to Barry, and once he locks in, then the head goes, and it was just amazing.
Like when you blow it all out with too many jokes and lighten up the whole thing, there's less contrast.
Yeah.
And so like part of why that moment is so scary is because like you know that like it's not beyond Snyder for Superman to like look over and then just like tear his arm off. Right? Like
this Superman is bad.
It's not unrealistic to I mean maybe it's a little bit far.
Yeah,
But
it's also nice not to hear the Danny Elfman attempt at let's take the John Williams score and put it in an inverted minor key.
Oh
No,
yeah,
let's
that was terrible.
No, it's like, no, let's just let Junkee do something junky that fits with thematically motif that's been played out in the two previous movies.
Oh, the
So-
way, yeah, the
once
way
again,
that Junkee used the Hans Zimmer score was beautiful.
the use
Oh.
of I was gonna say the use of the Hans Zimmer score and bringing that in teasingly like and when how they waited to really do it until that cyborg projects him like we were talking about earlier is that's what they wanted to do with the Williams theme. And like so it's really ironic or maybe a sign of kind of what Snyder has built here, that they were able to get way more emotion out of, I mean, me, I guess maybe I'm not the best test of stuff, but I imagine most people out of that Williams Man of Steel theme use than they were out of the Zimmer Man of Steel theme use than they were out of the referencing Elfman or Williams themes for the older versions of the characters.
Mm-hmm.
And then speaking of themes, Liz, how was that Wonder Woman theme?
That was
for
so
you?
cool. All right, she went. I was like,
yes,
is
Make
that
it your-
her? So confused. It was pretty cool. Every time Wonder Woman did anything, just like the whole thing went just crazy. I'm like, this is freaking
Well,
cool.
I mean, like when Junkee was on here, you mentioned that he wanted to make it a little more ancient warrior like.
Yeah.
I'm going, okay, how is that going to be? And then as soon as that beautiful like Passover shot where she's on that Lady Liberty statue, whatever that is, and then you just hear that, you hear that battle cry, whatever, that harmonized voice. It's just, my God, goosebumps.
It's crazy because everybody's like, how'd you like Wonder Woman? She's amazing. But it's a crazy way how Snyder managed to take my love from the Trinity and put it into Cyborg and Flash. I think I was telling my husband today, I was like, I want a Cyborg suit. Is that complicated? You think it's like gonna be like $5,000? Is that weird? But my mind was trying. I'm still emotionally like trying to figure out why I love Wonder Woman so much, but why I don't know. He twisted my mind. He's just made me focus so much on Flash and Cyborg that I was like, focus on that.
Well, one thing that we talked about on Justice League by the Minute, my co-host Andrew Dice brought this up, was that how brilliant was it to have Wonder Woman be the one that talks to Cyborg?
It's
because
beautiful.
what she relates to him is the way that she thought she could shut herself off from humanity, and like it's just one of those things where it's like and that was removed from like the theatrical cut, but they know that like she's the one that really has the closest connection or understands like where he's coming from or what he's feeling. And man, and it improved both of them in so many ways.
Yeah, I think the league itself is just a bunch of misfits. Hi.
You said misfit and she appears.
I'm and I just wanted my student to say hi. Say hi to the world. Hi, world. Hi.
I was gonna say that, if you think about it, it's like what?
I don't know.
She's great.
She's having more fun than we are.
She's so great. She should be here now. No, that Superman's an alien that, of course, like he's just he doesn't belong, and at the beginning was like trying to find himself, and he's the only one from his race. Then you have Wonder Woman, an outcast, like not an outcast, but basically she was, what is that word when you get kicked out vanished.
Exile.
Exile.
Or
You know?
banished.
Yeah.
Kind of like she can't go back home.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have Cyborg who lost his mom, who's dealing with, what he's dealing with. Barry lost his mom. His dad is in jail. Batman who lost his parents. I mean, they all. Aquaman has a heritage behind him that he doesn't accept, and he's emotionally feel like he's abandoned. So all these people are broken, but they're not broken. Just
Mm-hmm.
So it's a beautiful thing to see them together, and I think everybody that's why people like it so much because you can find yourself in one of them.
And you get so much of that in so little dialogue sometimes.
Yeah.
Like with the way Terrio does that with with Aquaman saying what the Atlanteans are a petty, superstitious race, and Volko was like, "What do you talk like? So are the humans." And he just says, "No, nobody calls me the king of the surface."
Yeah. So, you know what? Another thing that I think that I pointed out in my spoiler review is like the scene where Vic helps out that woman, which was absolutely fantastic.
Oh.
Heartwarming scene. Gives her $100,000, and it's so gratifying, and because he's using his abilities to help somebody out. Immediately he turns around, hoodie down, and the couple walking the other way are
judging him.
So then it's all of a sudden it's back to reality to oh shit, I'm a freak again, Like it was like he had an instant, like just a small little bit of happiness, and then he was reminded, oh shit, I still look like.
And by the way,
how many people?
Shout out to that actress.
Yes, I was gonna say how many people
played the single mother.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I woke up on Thursday to that tweet, and I'm just like.
Retweet it.
Retweet it. Follow
it. What happened? I didn't see it.
Oh,
the woman who played the actress.
Here, let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, she tweeted out the fact that she was like, "Listen, guys, I got cut out of the Whedon cut. Am I in the Snyder cut? I don't know. I don't like." And basically, you just look under her tweet, and I was one of them. It was just
how
like
can they cut that? I mean, it hurts that they cut down so many important moments. There's so many single moms that struggle like that, and so many people that were raised with moms that went through trouble like that, and they just
and you see Jason LeBoy quote tweeted her. I think he said, "I'm watching with my mom right now, and I had to pause it because she's crying." And she said, "Remember when that was us?" And he's like, "So thank you for doing this role. Like not only are you in the movie, but like you are one of the most emotional 10 seconds. Like it's so." And the way she's so innocent about it,
and honestly. That scene really crystallized something for me about what was so tragic for Ray Fisher in terms of what happened to his storyline.
And then Ray Fisher quote tweeted right there. So awesome.
Yeah, because
keep going, Mario.
Yeah, because Ray Fisher, he tweets a lot of Bernie Sanders stuff, and I know that I know where he comes from philosophically and politically, and his viewpoints on life, and we're very much on the same page there. And when I was looking at that scene and knowing that he had a hand in crafting Cyborg's story here, I feel like he infused some of his concerns for society into that plot line, and he wanted to address the perils of capitalism, and everyone floating around is just their social security number and their pile of money, and that's all we're reduced to. And he wants to try to right that wrong. And to me, right there, the type of justice that his Cyborg was fighting for, I could tell just from his political posts. I'm like, oh, this was the personal issue that he wanted to use his character to bring to light. And they took it away,
how he worked with Chris Terrio so closely that Terrio was like, "I need this to come from you because this is not something that's appropriate for me to assume I understand." And so Ray helped that whole part of the script come into being.
Mm-hmm. So that whole scene, and then the way it pays off, and that emotional thing where now the woman's at the ATM and she's won a sweepstakes and she's overjoyed, that payoff. I was sobbing with her, because the plot point was the way that story was told was so beautiful, but also knowing that this is what Ray wanted out there. This is the story he wanted to tell. This is the type of hero he wanted Cyborg to be, and that's why what they did to him is just insane. And anyway,
and to your point, Mario, also look at his arc throughout the movie where he's wearing the hoodie and the sweatsuit, and there's that one scene right before the Star Labs when they resurrect Superman where he's like, "I'm always dressed," and he takes off the suit. but then it's at the end. There's that wonderful that proud metaphor of stripping it off and going, no, this is who I am. I am finally accepting who I am. And I feel like anyone watching the movie should see, like, it's one of those metaphors that's like, this isn't that, it's deep, but it's not obtuse. It's like, don't we all understand what's being
and it pays
said
off
right here?
Yeah.
Yes.
It pays off with joy at the end for like everyone, pretty much.
He was also, I mean, a lot of like, it's so crazy how much humor was in this. That wasn't.
He had one of the best lines.
Because in multiple, because like when he was digging up the grave with Barry, grave, and Barry says, I could do this in like half a second. We could.
Yeah, I know, it's so dry. And then Barry's like, "Hey, you think she'd go for a younger guy?" And he's just like, "She's 5,000 years old, Barry. Every guy is a younger guy." And it's just like he's being truthful, but it was fucking hilarious. Like,
I had to ask. I was like, "Is Cyborg telling a joke?"
Yeah,
or is he just...
exactly.
I mean, it's funny either way, but I had to figure out like, is he cracking wise, or is that like the Cyborg speaking out?
I know. It's just so great about it.
Well, but I also love the fact that, that scene. Also going back to you, Superman. You Superman guys. I mean, I love the fact that Barry's like, I could do this in a nanosecond, and Cyborg's like, yeah, you could, because I love. For me, I interpreted that as the
respect.
Right, we're gonna do this the hard way because he deserves that.
And we're not going to skimp on this. We're going to treat it with grace.
When you watch the other version, I always thought, I was like, was that completely reshot? Was that fully added? So when it cut to that scene, I'm like, oh, so there was a scene where they are full on having a conversation.
Same thing, Davey. Yep.
And I was kind of like, I mean, I knew I knew they went to the
Pet Cemetery
grave site, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, goddamn, don't remember. But I wasn't sure, like, are they going to have a scene like that? And I'm like, okay, but it worked so much better here because of the dialogue exchange. Like you said, Scott, the fact is like, yeah, he could do that in a nanosecond, but it's show some respect. Okay. Especially when Barry was like going, he was my hero and all this stuff and all that. And then cut to, Arthur and Diana having this conversation about their people and how that was a scene that was absolutely fantastic. And
finding common ground and how they had that same old phrase in common within their culture. And
well, and the best part about that, Mario, is that plays into the theme. Like, one thing Snyder's movies all have is a wonderful thematic structure. Like there is a theme that the movie, there's a thesis that the movie is built on, and based on all the marketing, you could tell that the theme of Justice League was always supposed to be the unity, the fact that the Beatles song "Come Together" was originally produced for the 2017 version. Obviously, that idea of coming together,
overcoming differences
was supposed to be the theme of the movie, and it was not there in 2017. And so when I saw this one, because I talked about this on the Zack Snyder Bible stream I did with Chris and Justin, I talked about the fact that because what you have in this film, and it's still there, not as heavy as I thought, because like Stephen pointed out, this is a very accessible movie. The theme is there, but it's not heavily.
Yeah, they don't hit you over the head with it.
They hit over the head with it is because you've got the Justice League who is coming together by choice, because we need to come together. We need to overcome our differences so that we can help a common good, versus what Apocalypse would have as come together, which is the idea of the anti-life equation, which is this, not only this unity through domination, but if you think of the anti-life equation as stripping you of your free will, you're coming together because you're no longer given the choice. You are being told to join us.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Borg. The resistance is futile. Resistance is
Mhm.
futile.
Yeah.
You will be assimilated. Like that's the idea of the anti-life equation. So the theme is there of here's what we think is coming together, imposing our will upon you, and here's our coming together, which is finding common ground and overcoming it for a greater good.
But also giving the villain's motivations some stuff that's actually fairly relatable too, because he points out that like all these beings on Earth are at war with each other. So it's time to strip them of free will because they don't, they're clearly with their free will, all they're doing is killing each other. So in a way, it's almost like, it's, you can kind of understand where they're coming from almost in a way, and for those of us who are like, peace, love, and rock and roll hippie types, we don't want war, right? We want everyone to come together. So that speaks to me, that message coming through speaks to me loud and clear. And I love that.
Well, and it goes back to villains being, you can be sympathetic to a villain, which only makes them more effective as a villain, because then you see how they've taken something that you might agree with, but then they've twisted it. And my greatest example of that has always been Zod from Man of Steel. Like, I look at that guy and go, when he gives that speech of, it was the purpose that I was bred for.
You've taken everything.
You've taken everything. And you just want to look at the guy and go, damn, you really you were literally born to do
one thing.
And what happens when you literally do not have a purpose in life?
And you know what's funny? Well, no, sorry, go ahead.
No, but once again, it's like that. You are evil. You are a son of a bitch. But I get where you're coming. Like, I get it. I still think you're evil as all hell, but I get it.
And it's funny too, because when you think about it, because I watched Man of Steel last night, and you think about that, he was bred for that. And obviously Krypton got to a system where it's like, people were born and they were just immediately signed what they were going to be. And guess who wasn't? Kal-El. The polar opposite. He was the guy that was not. He was pure bred. Like
what if a child wanted to be more than what
he's got to decide what kind of man he wants to be?
Exactly. He gets to decide. And then that's just, again, still, going back and watching Man of Steel and BBS after seeing this, I highly recommend it, guys. The prequels are pretty good. I'm just saying.
What do you think of Aura? Do you think that she was bred to follow a leader? Do you think that if she comes back, she would take Superman's side?
I don't know.
Or like, what's her? Because she's very like, I'm sub commander and like, very following Zod. And like, do you think since he's gone, if she were to show up somehow, like, would she follow the next, Kryptonian? Like, it's like a follower type of.
Honestly,
I wonder.
I feel like because she was obviously in that military caste system, I feel like she would see herself as almost like,
a soldier with no country.
Or a soldier with no country, or the idea of the commanding officer has been eliminated, the field promotion. I'm in charge now. Like,
I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain now. Yeah, exactly. Shiraz, you always are so quiet when you come in. Like, dude, I want to hear what you think because you're just sitting there and you're smiling your ass off and it makes me so happy. But I want to know what is like going on in your head, man.
Listen, it's about Superman for me, it's about Cyborg as well, but for Superman, there's this level of respect that's being paid like from beginning to end with the character. I think no matter what side of the spectrum you are on Superman, I think everyone can agree on that much, that there's a level of respect being paid to Superman throughout. And then again, Dave mentioned Man of Steel, and Man of Steel is my favorite DC movie. So the way this movie kind of homages to Man of Steel in so many ways, whether it be Cyborg's first flight, and he has his father talking to him, and it's like he's telling him, it's not about what you can do, but it's what you won't do with these powers. And it's like the parallel to that, to what Jor-El was saying, is that keep testing your limits. They're both getting different pieces of advice from their fathers, and then you switch to the farm scene, and something as simple as Clark just playing with a butterfly, knowing that he can, if he moves his finger 0.01 seconds faster, that butterfly's gone, and he's just completely at peace with himself. I mean, that's like what you want to see in Superman's evolution, because he wasn't at peace in Batman v Superman. He was doing, what both his fathers kind of have commanded him to do, but he wasn't at peace with himself. Here, he's at full peace with himself, even when, obviously this was in the trailer as well, when he's about to, rise again and take that second first flight in a sense, and then he just lets his hand go, and he's just letting it, fly out, and the rocks are going around him. It's just perfectly done. So as a Superman fan, like, I'm getting like, you're gonna get teary-eyed just seeing that. You're like, okay, this is a Superman, that everyone wants to see, and he's doing it, and that's the kind of stuff that even now, when you guys are talking about it, I'm like, I'm getting goosebumps again, just reliving it.
Well, Shiraz, what did you think of I loved it here? And then he repeats it again. I loved it here. And then we pull out, and there's the swing. I was a mess. I was.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that swing had the same yellow butterfly. I think someone put this up, that the yellow butterfly.
Yes, I saw that.
Signifies hope, right? And in different either religions, but also in native cultures in a lot of different places. So, and it's the same color butterfly now on his hand. It's like you're making that full journey with Superman.
Well, and also the butterfly is the idea of the metamorphosis, like it is. I mean, the butterfly represents this resurrection, almost like a phoenix myth of a being that then goes through transformation and becomes something. Well, even greater, like it's something even more beautiful. And Mario, I wanted to ask you, because you are such a. I'm sorry, you're like this wonderful test subject that I just want to like I just want to poke at.
Let's do it.
Because as someone who has had such a conflicted relationship, there was obviously new lines of dialogue recorded by Russell Crowe and Jonathan Kent for that for that Flight 2.0 sequence.
Yeah.
How did it feel to hear Jonathan finally saying the things that critics of Man of Steel, especially of Jonathan's character in Man of Steel, it's like, oh, here's Jonathan finally saying the things that they wanted him to say in Man of Steel. Like, what was that like for you?
I mean, I should state, though, I wasn't one of the people who had an issue with Jonathan in Man of Steel.
Okay.
So I should make that clear from the jump. But needless to say, that whole sequence was just goosebumps straight through. As like, I just loved how they were doing it. I loved the going back and forth between his two fathers, and the way, just, that was what I was waiting for a long time. I spent years waiting to see another First Flight type of scene, and it happened in grandiose form. And the whole thing, top to bottom, I can't,
Jonathan and Jor-El were also always positioned as, I don't know if I want to say at odds, but I think a lot of Superman's conflicted nature was because he's torn between two worlds, between two fathers who. They both wanted him to be a hero, but in very different fashion. They come from Jonathan comes from a society where you become the man that you're going to be, and Jor-El, even though he believed in letting Superman become the man that he wanted to be, and instead of having him born like with a purpose like Zod, it wanted him to be a natural birth. But he still comes from a culture where your future is kind of predetermined, and he said he's going to be a god to them, and like that was what he said when he sent him off. And so he's like, yes, you save people, yes, you do that. Sorry. And so Superman's arc has been very like, who do I save, when do I save them, what do I do, how do I make these decisions, who's responsible, who do I answer to? And then he dies, he sacrifices himself for the world, and he comes back. And as he's walking down the hall of that ship, surrounded by Kryptonian culture, and I noticed the costumes were also set. It felt like chronologically.
Yeah.
And so he's walking through Kryptonian history as Jonathan and Jor-El repeat the lines, starting with the lines that we already heard them say in the past. You'll give them an ideal to hope for or to strive for, and you'll have to decide the kind of man that you want to be. This is what you will be versus you'll have to decide what you want to be. And then by the time he gets to the end of that hallway and puts on the suit, they're saying the exact same thing.
Yes.
Your parents loved you, love the world, save it. And that takes Man of Steel and BVS and Superman, like, not knowing who he is, not knowing what to do about it, and taking the fathers, who are the I don't know, I don't want to position him as a devil and an angel, but the two different angels on his shoulder, like trying to tell him how to be a hero, and it's all gone now, and it's all singular love the world.
And you know what that felt like to me? You know, the idea of like sometimes you don't appreciate certain advice until you get older, and like there are things like your parents said when you were younger that it didn't really land. It feels like now where Kal-El is, he hears what was really in Jonathan's heart. Like, yeah, the advice that he'd given him was to protect him, but at his core, he knew what Jonathan wanted for him, because Jonathan was the very kind of guy who runs into danger and goes to save lives too. You know what I mean? So I feel like.
Well, and that's the crazy thing about. I noticed last time I watched Man of Steel.
Liz had her
hand up.
Because I have a question. To me, when I saw it the second time, I think that the reason why he was able to kind of neutralize himself is because he's gonna be a father himself. So if you can hear me out, like when I did the scene that they're fighting the League. And sorry, I just ate so much sushi. I'm so full. I'm trying to talk and I'm like, so in the scene that they're fighting, you know, the first thing that he scans everybody, like he can see everybody's skin and bones and body. When he's about to kill Batman, you see Lois show up. So I'm thinking to myself, it's not that he's going to be, oh, love of my life. Okay, I'm good. I'm not going to kill you. I think he checked her out and saw the fetus and probably saw Kryptonian there. So he's like, oh my God. So I think that's why he went to think. And I think that's why we see that drastic change of him like I get chills because I was like, oh my God, I'm crying because I think this is what it is. I don't know if it is.
Liz, you just blew my mind. You just blew my mind.
And I think it's like he finally is at peace because he's gonna be a father himself. So he hears what's meant to happen. I don't know. I have chills right now.
But Liz, I love that. I love that because at the end, when we get the whole "I bought the bank" scene with Clark and Bruce.
They say congratulations. Yeah,
they say congratulations, and even on DC Film Squadcast when we did our 300th episode review of Zack Snyder's Justice League. Sorry, shameless plug. I questioned that because when he says congratulations, is he talking about the fact that Lois has the ring and they're married?
Definitely.
Or are they, or does Bruce know, or does everyone know about the baby now? Someone said this, and I need to go back and for my fourth time and watch it. Someone tweeted me and said that you can see them carrying a bassinet into the farmhouse. And if that's the case, that would almost like lock it in for me that Bruce saying congratulations is about the baby.
Yeah. To me, I mean, when Zack doesn't put just anything in his movies just to like have it. But when I saw the pregnancy test, when I see her struggling so much to the point she doesn't go to work. I mean, she's a single mother to be. I think he portrayed her like she lost the love of her life. Not only that, she's expecting a child. So she's probably struggling deeper than we know. And he catches that moment perfectly. And I noticed, like, with the coffee, she's not really drinking it. I was like, what's up with the coffee? Like, I'll be like, because the cop gives it back to her. And she's like, she gave the coffee to the cop, but he's the one that's like here. So as a pregnant woman, I don't think you can drink coffee.
The scene after she takes the test, she tells him one last time.
Yeah, so I think that Clark really did an X-ray on her and saw somehow like Kryptonian or something, and I haven't shared that before, but I was like, I'm glad you guys agree because I'm like, I don't want to be a creeper.
Awesome. I love that theory. That's an amazing theory.
But do we know how long Superman's been dead at this point?
About a month.
Yeah,
maybe a month and a week, something like that.
So Martha got evicted and all that stuff happened that quick?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I wasn't sure if they ever stated like the passage of time because I know we start just as he's dead, and then I know definitely some time goes by, but I'm not sure if it's ever made clear how long. So I'm trying to figure out if the timeline works where Lois could be.
It's never stated in the movie. I'm taking the month from an interview that Zack did that he kind of
talked about it.
He talked about it being a month, but you are right that the film does not explicitly state
It's not that it needs to. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out like if anyone with an eagle eye caught, exactly how much time supposedly had passed. But
I think the only time they use like a time frame is when Cyborg was saying that. Well, Bruce was saying that the mother box were activated by Silas, and that was like about a year ago. He said, or
so he had made Cyborg a year ago.
So you can assume that if it was a month ago that Superman died, then Cyborg must have been like kind of in hiding or again doing his thing for those like 9-10 months stretch.
Yeah, Zach said it on the watch party. He said it was about a month or so.
Okay.
That's really interesting then, because you look back at like that means remember Lois said Martha was he was like she wasn't making her payments, and she's like, oh, she was a proud woman, she wasn't going to tell anyone. And you think back to like the funeral, and the only reason the funeral got paid for was by an anonymous donor. And so you realize that there was a little bit of that kind of set up in the.
She was probably struggling before.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, because she's working as a waitress, so it kind of goes back to that whole idea of like this is the job she has, but the farm. She can't.
She lost her husband, and her son is out there. Like she's probably by herself.
Work the farm?
Right? Who's working the farm? Yeah. And let's be honest, farms like those things, they have to be successful just to make money. I mean, that's even something that on the Superman and Lois show on the CW that they're like that they touch on, is the fact. I mean, that's the whole impetus for Clark and Lois moving back to Smallville is to be able to pay off the farm.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not an uncommon plot point to have, and so okay. Here's an interesting question that I want to bring up. And I'm gonna throw this to Meg because Meg, you've been way too quiet.
Catch it.
I've heard some criticism. I understand it, even though I don't agree with it. I think maybe because we've known about it since like 2019, that the Martha Lois scene, people think it gets undercut because Martha ends up being Martian Manhunter. I'm very curious about people's thoughts. Do you feel like the emotion of the scene is undercut by the fact that it's just John pretending to be Martha? Discussion. Discuss.
I don't see it as undercut because, Swanwick knows Lois like on a more professional level, but also personal as well. So I think it still hits just as personal as if it was Martha.
Shiraz.
Well,
I'm calling on the class.
On the first, I was thinking, but on the first watch, I actually felt kind of what the criticism was like. Okay, did that feel absolutely natural to what came before between the two of them? I think on second watch, I got it much more that, okay, I get what Swanwick is thinking right now. Like, he knows Lois's worth just based off what she did in BVS alone. Like, her work in BVS alone is why Lex is where he is, right? So I think I get why he needs he wants to think something drastic. He wants to use his powers in this way. If he's using it here, he must have done it multiple times before in different areas, so he's probably comfortable doing it. So I kind of got what he was going for. So it didn't really undercut. I guess you could say it might have undercut Martha a little bit, but I think overall in the story it didn't hurt it too much.
Chris, because you're back.
Oh, yeah. I even joked about that today. I was like, that's not Martha. So you really only see Martha like twice, right? So, but I don't think it undercuts after thinking about it because it's more about Lois than anything and her character, her arc, and she's just supporting that arc. I think that character more than it's all about Martha to me anyway.
Mario?
For me, considering I was very moved by the Martha Lois exchange and kind of putting myself in that scenario of what it must be like for a mother and, to lose her son and to be now embracing who would have been her daughter-in-law. So I was like so hook, line, and sinker for that moment that, when it ended up not being Martha for a second there, I was a little like, oh, man. So you kind of took that from me. But then I'm like, but it's Martian Manhunter, so this is pretty cool. So it kind of like, but yeah. So to be honest, I was kind of like, oh, and that's only because I was so pulled in by the, that Martha and Lois bit. But hey, Martian Manhunter is pretty badass. So
Liz, your turn.
I don't know what mean cut. What is it that you said that he felt what?
Oh,
I don't know what undercut means.
Okay. Undercut means the emotion of the scene or the meaning of the scene. Some people feel it was raw. It was robbed. Like undercut meaning like it chopped it lessened the feeling because it doesn't end up being Martha.
I cried so much. I mean, I think if Cyborg was the heart of this movie, I think Lois was the heart of BBS. To me personally, I think she is so smart, and she saw like the general was always trying to help her and always like had huge respect and love for Lois, almost like a fatherly figure in a way. I always saw it like not so emotionally attached, but like not like a fatherly figure, but like a guy, like someone that helped her.
A mentor?
A mentor.
Yeah.
My English is like.
Well, because he even says the world needs Lois too.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
So when I see Martha and I'm like, okay, it's Martha, whatever, they're talking and having tea, but the speech that the world need, like when it's like you have to go back out there. I can't really phrase it right now because I'm horrible.
You need to return to the world of the living.
Yeah, like she's like, I just came here to tell you one thing. You need to go back or whatever. And when it gets out and it changes the eyes, I was like, super cool. But then when he says the world needs you too, Louis, and he's in pain, it's like you see that mentorship right there. You see what it means to him to help her. So and she snaps out of it because of him. She was able to say, you know what, you're right. I need to move forward and just move on with my life. So he it was so super important because she was depressed.
Mm-hmm.
She was very down. And if it wasn't for him, I mean, where was Martha though? I feel like she should have
actually
talked
okay.
to her.
I want Dave because this is Dave's show, so he should get to talk, and I'm totally taking over.
That's
what I do. I'm having so much fun right now.
I know.
Because you won a lot of stuff.
I did win a lot
Can
of
I
stuff.
ask a question?
Yes.
Yes, Amanda.
So if I terribly miss my grandmother and I have a dream that she comes to visit me and we go for a walk and it's lovely, and I wake up and it's just a dream, does that moment of sentiment and love matter less?
Not to me.
No.
I wouldn't know.
If it brought you genuine joy.
Right. So I think that Martian, I cannot remember your name, but someone in the chat brought it up. Something Doom. Sorry. Gregor Von Doom. There we go. Mentioned he's a telepath and he was being a hero without fighting. He was doing what was needed for the team to be successful.
Because everybody's wondering, like, hey, where were you like during the Zod fight? Where were you during the Doomsday fight? And I mean, well, first of all, okay, if we're gonna look back
Mars, hello.
Yeah. But I think one of the things that really works for the character is the fact that, and I think even Lennox might have even said this when I talked to him. I think he said that, or he said it on another interview, maybe, that he was out there trying to bring out the best in some of these characters without having to be that guy. Where he wanted Lois to be who she could be. He wanted Superman to end up being who he can end up being, So, so there's a little bit of that. Now it's just like, all right, now we got Darkseid coming.
Yeah.
I'm here. Yeah.
I have a thought. So I was doing some research and I came across that the first time. So basically, the Martian race, and I did a tweet about this, lives under the life equation, which is free will. Which is almost like biblical because God loves the world, but he doesn't want to push you to like do something. It has to come from yourself. So maybe the mentality of the life equation in the Martian Manhunter, he cannot force you to do stuff because that's the way he operates. So he is there for people. He helps them. But I think that plays a huge part when it comes to why he doesn't show up. in certain moments because they have to play out as people, you know.
And that would make sense why he comes out now, because literally, if he lives under the life equation and now he knows
Darkseid wants the anti-life
equation, then
he comes to Bruce at the end to tell him, hey. So because the first time that Darkseid comes across the life equation, he figures out there has to be an anti-life equation. That's when he becomes obsessed because of it. So Manhunter works. Chef's kiss.
And what I love about the additional photography scene at the end, it fits so well into Bruce's. I mean, come on, I'm a Batman guy. So, but to see Bruce's arc, where in BVS he is so xenophobic, and we have to kill him because if there's a 1% chance, we have to take him out. And then, dude, a green Martian shows up at your front door.
He's like, "You want some tea?"
All right.
Well, I'll see you around.
It's like, hey, we can use the help.
I've seen it all.
Dude,
I've seen it all.
Growth.
And
I love your growth. And the fact that I really feel like as a telepath, I mean, Martian Manhunter knows how much his parents mean to him. So when he says that line about your mom and dad would be so proud, I'm just like, and you watch Affleck's performance, like, I hope so. I'm like, dude, you're feeding him what he needs right now. You're telling him and Steven knows this. It goes back to like that Mask of the Phantasm scene that's like, Mom and Dad, I need to know that you're okay with this. And it's like,
I love that you know.
And there's something in that
10 episodes on the
There's something in that scene. Maybe somebody who knows, who's seen it more times already, or is better with recalling dialogue will remember. But Martian Manhunter in that scene on Bruce's deck by the lake, he says something that to me indirectly addressed why he hasn't gotten involved up until now. Because he says something along the lines of like, I've realized that I am invested in the outcome of this world. Basically,
I have a stake in this world.
I have a stake in this world, and I need to start fighting for it.
I need to start. No, see, to me, that addressed it. That takes that question and goes, so see, he's been standing around observing, seeing how is humanity going to respond, and what can I do to inspire my forces to be forces for good, which kind of, it's funny. I see a weird parallel between him and Ares, because remember, Ares embedded himself in sort of like an advisory role in the military, and he was kind of stealing. He was kind of pointing things in a certain direction towards war back in World War I. So again, Ares, pretended to be part of the military and the government to get things his way, whereas Martian Manhunter went in there as try to work on the good side, try to inspire good change from within. So I kind of saw an interesting parallel there, but yeah, I just want to point that out because people keep asking, where was he before this? But they said it, they pretty much.
You're right, Mario. The dialogue's there. The dialogue tells you, hey, dude, it's
time
Martian.
to start.
It's time to, because you got to think, who is Martian Manhunter? Now, this is not something that's revealed in this film. I'm sure it would be revealed in future installments, but you've got to remember that Jean is the last Green Martian, which is why Martian Manhunter is such an excellent parallel to Superman. Superman being the last son of Krypton, Jean being the last Green Martian. I mean, dude, he's the last member of his race. He comes to Earth. Now, I'd be very curious in this iteration, what's his origin for how he came to Earth? But you got to think that he's like he's hunkering down. Like he's in survival mode. And so now it's like, now he has something to like reveal himself and to fight for, which once again feels like a theme throughout this movie, which is we have something to reveal ourselves. It's like this whole idea of the metahumans are now like it's like we're out.
And I love the parallel you drew between him and Superman, because I feel like it's very possible that because of that parallel, Superman not only dying for the people of Earth, but then when he comes back from the dead, he goes back to fighting for the people of Earth. I feel like that might have been like maybe the final step in him going, all right, listen, if the last Kryptonian gave his life for these people, and when he came back, he just went right back to work defending them. I feel like I have to do the same thing. You know, it's almost like maybe that was the last thing. Superman's return was the thing that finally made him go, it's time to stop standing on the sideline.
And Mario, what I love about what you just said is some criticism from people who I think are being a little disingenuous, maybe, is once again of a 4-hour runtime, how quote little Superman's in the movie. But really, if you're paying attention to the movie, the whole movie is fueled, and it like the spirit of Superman.
His absence is a large part of the movie.
Like the fact that he's not there is a character in the movie that when he shows up, we're all like, dude, we needed you. I mean, like, I love Superman. I might be a Batman guy, but that doesn't mean I don't.
I'm not
like
gonna say it. Who's gonna say it?
Like I love Superman, but he's still but his absence is a character in the movie because his absence is what propels everyone forward, so that when he comes back, I mean, Bruce saying the line, "We are not 5, we are 6. There is no us without him." And I'm like,
as soon as that movie opens and they put Bruce, his eyes are watery. I was like, okay, this is gonna be a ride.
Oh, yeah.
That was my first cry. That was my first cry.
With Martian Manhunter, I feel like we're getting to the before we move on from that. I also think it's important to not discount Swanwick as a persona of his and the importance of what he did as Swanwick, and look at Swanwick's arc in Man of Steel and BVS. And
are you effing stupid?
And you can't say like, why wasn't he involved then? Like, he was involved. Why was he involved in the Doomsday fight? He was. He's stopping them from nuking him. Or like he tried to, you know, he was a pushback against that. Or like, what would they have done with Superman if he wasn't there in Man of Steel? If he had come out as a Martian, he couldn't have been there as a mediator between the government and Superman.
Exactly.
And so he was.
Are you effing stupid?
I was like, what happened?
He was exactly where he needed to be, doing exactly what he needed to be doing then. And now, I think that what Liz pointed out about the life equation is brilliant, because now not only does he see like there's these heroes forming and there's a place for me to stand next to them, I don't need to pretend to be someone else in order to make a difference anymore, but also what these heroes are standing up against is somebody who is coming for the anti-life equation, which mythologically speaking, if you're going to add like a mythological archetype to him, which I'm sure Snyder is doing, he's going to be like the Guardian.
I hate to interrupt you, but Dave is literally just adjusting toys on his desk now.
But like Martian Manhunter is going to be like the Guardian, who even knows how long he's there, but he knows about the anti-life equation. How does he know all that? Well, he got it from their head, right? But he knows like what it is and what the importance is. And so I've got to imagine he's been there on Earth, just like chilling out to make sure nobody comes to get the anti-life equation, because he knows what it can do.
That's probably what it is too. That's why he's there.
And he's also like that. If we go back to Snyder's love and of course my love of Arthurian myth, like he's that knight that's just, you know, he's going to stand there and he's going to sit there and he's going to wait. I mean,
and who's going to look at that guy and be like, where were you during when Lancelot and Arthur were fighting? And he's like, I was guarding the
Grail. It's like being the Grail Knight. It's like being Galahad or Percival. It's like my job was to be here. If I'm not here, other shit goes down. I'm doing my thing. And also as a comic book nerd, going back to, by the way, it took me to like the third viewing to see that Gardner Fox is on the truck that's running through Central City.
I spotted that because we found a behind the scenes image of the truck a few years ago. And so the second the truck showed up, I was like, it's the truck.
Okay. And by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, Gardner Fox was the original creator of the Justice League of America. Like he was the original writer of that, of the Brave and the Bold number. I'm sorry, I'm drunk. I can't remember the number. But the first appearance of it. There is Jameson in this Coke Zero. I'm just saying.
I remember when I had my first beer.
Screw you, Dave. Oh boy. But the fact that John, as Martian Manhunter, his always been one of the original 7. Like when we talk about OG Justice League,
We are 7,
Yes.
not 6.
He formed
There
it,
is no
like
us.
in the animated series. He formed it
Yes.
just
Oh my god.
basically.
And Carl Lumley as the voice of, and the fact that all of the animated series is now on HBO Max.
I love it.
Oh my dude, go watch that, because I also feel like what you were talking about, Liz, and I'm going on tangents, but it's the Vodka stream. We can go on tangents. But like even when
you disappear because Dave has made you exit the chat.
Dave's
I
gonna
gotta get my
kick me out
character. I was like-
eventually, and it's okay.
If Dave is gonna kick someone for talking too much, Scott's got a ways to go before. I think I've tested.
Jeez.
But Liz, the point you made just made me think about like in the animated series, because once again, like that's, dude, so much of my love for DC comes from that Tim Paul Dini, Alan Burnett verse. But John even went through that struggle through Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, where if you look at Justice League Unlimited, he's a desk sergeant. Like he even got so concerned with his involvement that he was just like, I'm just going to sit back on the watchtower and I'm going to assign what heroes need to go to things based on what's going on. And then that's what makes the end of Justice League Unlimited so powerful, is that finally he acquiesces from that desk sergeant role and it's like, no, I got to be a soldier in the fight again. So it's always been like baked into Jean's character of I take a step back.
He just floats through walls and bikes.
And isn't it going to be so fun to go back and watch Man of Steel now? And like those scenes where he's observing him through this guise of like, oh, he's really observing him. Like, all right, this guy is actually doing it out in public. How is this going to go? You know what I mean? Like it's there's a whole new subtext to him observing how Kal-El interacts with everyone. You know?
Yeah, well, you know what? Harry Lennox actually brought up a good point when I talked to him last week. When I brought up like, okay, how much? When did you know that this was like your character like ended up going in a different direction? He said, you know, obviously when it came to the fans, it was that shot of Superman and him. You know, between the glass, and they're both like up against it, and it's like there was something about the framing of that shot is like Swanwick is is just that guy that's just he's not going, oh shit, is he gonna like come? He's standing up there, like right the opposite, and they're and Clark. And what's kind of crazy about how everything works out is, even though Superman is, looking at a one-way mirror, just the image of that is like he's looking at himself, which is also an alien.
Alien,
like,
yes.
There's just things really work out.
And Dave, listen to the dialogue, because when he snaps the handcuffs,
I love that. Yeah.
What's the line he says? Okay, cards on the table.
Yeah,
and I love that because
let's stop pretending.
Like Superman stops pretending, but Swanwick, aka Jean, is still pretending. So Superman's putting his cards on the table when he snaps the handcuffs and goes, okay, let's be honest. Like these ain't doing shit. And but Swanwick is still hiding. And to Mario's point, I feel like you're right. Here's the alien who's like, I'm in blue tights and a red cape. Yeah, I'm out. And there's Jean going, okay.
I wonder if when he transforms into a human, if everything is human. Like if do you imagine if
like
you go back to watch BVS or Man of Steel thinking that Kal-El knows this is an alien?
Yeah, because he's using X-ray vision to look through the two-way mirror.
I mean, there's something weird.
He's like, interesting.
I think that the question is, does he actually change? Is his organs a surface level change, or is it actually
is it a hologram, or is it matter?
The fact that he can like go through walls, I think tells me that when he has control of 100% of his atoms. And so when he is Martha, I bet he has Martha's DNA.
Sure.
Or is that established in comics?
Could
if
be.
he turns into someone and they collect DNA from him.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It's one of those situations where I cannot give you, and this is going to happen a lot when Liz and I talk about multiverse, is that when you go through different eras of comics, different writers have the freedom to say whatever the hell they want.
Mm-hmm.
So I know everyone when they ask a comic question, everyone turns to me and I'm just like, oh God, okay.
Teacher.
Everyone says the wrong thing. But the point is that when you have so many different iterations, which is why the multiverse is such a beautiful concept, is like, I cannot say that there's one definitive way. I could say this was the way at this moment in time.
Yeah.
But
Well,
then
even if there was, that doesn't mean it has to be that same way in this. That feels like a comic book thing, though, that like if Martian Manhunter becomes someone, that he would like have their DNA.
Like, because sometimes because in science fiction, the idea of shape shifting sometimes involves you're rewriting yourself down to a molecular level because that's what your power set allows for. So it coulda, woulda, shoulda happen. It doesn't have to, but it's open-ended. And so, Liz, once again, you are asking the important. Like, I feel like it's Man of Steel answers right now. It's like Doc Awkward would be so proud of you right now. It'd be like, I have so many questions.
I have so many questions.
These are the questions that need to be asked right now because, oh my God, the implications of Superman knowing that he's a Martian the entire time.
Like, I feel like that's just an interesting.
It'll be cool
little
to watch
hypothetical.
everything, thinking that. I wonder, like, if you pick up anything. I'm gonna do that tomorrow.
This is why it's so fun when nerds get together and talk.
I can't wait for this stupid COVID to be over. Right?
There's brand new meaning to when Superman says, "I'm just gonna trust you," and that one smirk he gives him at the end of Man of Steel.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if he knew,
Like, I know who you are.
had one smirk, that, I'm just gonna trust you.
Yeah,
And wouldn't it be
I know
funny?
your secret. All right.
Wouldn't it be funny if Carrie Ferris was Sapphire the whole time too, and she's just standing to the side like, you guys don't even know. I know both of you.
What if she's his niece?
Oh, Magan. Oh, I'm sorry.
Miss Martian, right?
Now all I can think of is Young Justice going, hello, Megan.
Hello, Megan.
Oh my God! Shout out to Dana McKellar.
It's a good show. It's a good show.
I was actually thinking about the idea. I don't think it happened. I think I mentioned it on a show previously about the idea of like what's in the open creche. If it's Supergirl, where has she been? And I was like, that would be really cool if like Supergirl and Martian Manhunter met up because they were like the only aliens on the planet, and then they were like living together as like she was like as his niece or something.
Like Winter.
Yeah, I don't think given what's been revealed now, I don't think that's necessarily the case, but I thought that would be cool.
Yeah, I know.
I have a question.
We were all trying to. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, Liz has a question.
Everyone, Liz has a question.
Scott's always ready for the questions. He's like, yes.
So the anti-life equation affects the multiverse, right? And we'll talk about it more. So every time there
what
is
a great tease. That's so good. Subscribe to Liz Wonder's YouTube channel for more answers.
wait. But every time there's a nightmare scene, like in BVS, Bruce actually dies. So this timeline, this movie at the end, he died as well. So the second movie that we're gonna have, it's not gonna be the same nightmare.
Okay, that's okay. You're bringing up a good point because I was actually going to bring it up too. Is like, is this first off, Steppenwolf mentions multiverse in the movie, and I was like, oh, he said it. Holy shit! And then Joker goes, how many alternate timelines?
Right?
Oh my God, it was such a fucking.
We're all gonna die because you don't have the whatever
to die yourself. And I'm just kind of going, is this the same timeline as we see in BVS? The same?
I don't think so.
Well, I think it's earlier regardless because he's just getting the card.
Getting the card.
No,
here's the thing about
because
that.
he dies 2 times.
Well, no, but
he dies by Superman on the first timeline.
That hasn't happened yet in this one because he has the Joker card on his
before
gun.
that.
Yeah, but
and
Superman finds them. He wakes up, right?
Right, but in Batman v Superman, he has the Joker card on the butt of his gun, and in this one, he gets the Joker card from Joker. So the one in Batman v Superman hasn't happened yet. Because,
anyways, of the timelines, he will have a Joker card. That's
Maybe.
my
Well, we
point.
don't know. I guess what we don't know at the end of this, what we don't know at the end of this one is if they escape from Superman somehow, or as an interesting theory I've heard, you don't see Superman's heat vision, you just see his eyes turn red.
I think he dies.
and
I think every time that he has a dream, it's a failed timeline where he
maybe
failed.
Well, what I think is interesting about that, regardless, though, is if you go back to we were talking earlier about what Aquaman and Wonder Woman talked about, and the phrase that is common between Atlanteans and Amazons about what no one comes from the darkness without one being exchanged or something, or returned.
Yeah.
But basically, they said like you can't bring someone back without sacrificing for it. And so Superman died, and then they brought him back, and then Lois died. Or we see that in the nightmare here, and then we get to the other nightmare, and Joker calls Bruce out on it, and he says, "How many failed timelines do we have to have, or how many times do people have to die because you don't have the cojones to die yourself?" And so if you go back to that line, you realize I think you can extrapolate that out. We know that it ends
with him
Bruce sacrificing himself, and so
this is the beginning of that arc.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's fascinating.
That's what I was thinking is like, I mean, regardless, Lois is gonna die, regardless, right? So Superman is gonna be controlled, right? What? By the anti-life equation. And from there, Batman has to kind of like change the events that happen, right? So I'm thinking BVS, he tries to do it a certain way and he fails because Superman gets him. He gets his hand through his heart and he wakes up. He wakes up meaning it happened. So in this one, it's a different nightmare timeline where he tries something else, because we see Flash always wearing that suit, and it plays an important part with the Flashpoint going back, and like, you know, things change when you go back. So to me, it's like this is a second nightmare timeline to where again he fails and he gets killed one more time by
almost
Superman.
like Inception, where if you die in the dream, you
So
come
it's-
out into the dream level above it, but you're not even necessarily in.
So I think it's real things that are happening where he fails and fails and fails, and until we get Justice League movie, which is obviously a movie about how he succeeds to go back to the time where he can save Lois. And I think all of these are, in my opinion, I don't know, but I'm saying, like, I was thinking, since it's the multiverse, I mean, it's so crazy that it could be.
And to your point, Liz, like look back at Victor, like Cyborg's nightmare when he plugs into the scout ship. When we finally get the shot of the Hall of Justice in ruins, evil Superman floating over, he's holding the cowl. So in my mind, I'm going, oh, this is right after that scene in BVS when he like ripped off the cowl and like pushed his chest in, and now he's floating up above and he's holding the cowl, which by the way, dead Kilowog in the wreckage of the Hall of Justice. I'm like, what? Dead Kilowog.
I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, the Green Lantern laying on top
Tim,
of that.
Tim had to point out to me on the 300th episode, look back at the Hall of Justice shot. There's Kilowog is dead. Like, so we have another Green Lantern in the movie.
Yeah, you quick pan up past him. Yep.
The other thing about that shot is the Joker card. Did you see the Joker card in that shot?
I did not.
It's torn in half.
Torn in half.
It flies in front of the screen and it's torn in half.
The truth is gone.
There is so much in this
I know.
movie.
See, that's what's so funny. It's like I spotted the torn Joker card, but I didn't see fucking Kilowog.
What is Kilowog?
He's like takes up half the screen.
I know.
It's so crazy. You have to watch it, and the more you watch Snyder movies, the more little things you find, and it's just
always
it's just
all of his
mind blowing.
That's why we like to watch it 1 minute at a time. Batman by the minute and Justice League by the minute.
I'm going to take a drink for that.
All right.
Liz, I loved your question for Debbie. It was awesome.
Oh,
she's such a rock star, and like, yes,
I still need to watch the Debbie interview because I was at my son's soccer game. So like, there's a lot. Dave, I got to tell you, when you do these double vodka streams, I'm always going to miss the first stream because I'm always at a freaking soccer game. But I'll get to it eventually.
He makes up for it, as we can see.
Yeah. No, she was great. And, just talking to her, she was a delight. And I love that Snyder popped in. Spoiler alert.
Hashtag scratch made chili.
Yeah, scratch made chili. Yeah, like he popped in. It was funny how he came in, sat down, and then one of their daughters came in.
Yeah.
Started like climbing on him, and then all of a sudden he was just like, "Oh wait, I gotta make chili," and then he just like gets up and goes, I gotta make chili from scratch."
It was funny because I almost put in the chat. I was like, "Man, anyone's ever seen a stream where Rory comes out and starts climbing on me? I'm doing the same thing. I'm like trying to talk.
Same. We know that game.
You realize maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't stop and sit here for a little bit. So that was
sorry. But does that ever top the fact that you saw Callum kill my computer live on the Vodka stream?
Yeah, that was.
I'm sorry for anyone who didn't see that. I think it's probably like Shiraz and Liz and.
No, I was watching. Don't worry.
You were watching? Okay. So for those of you, Mario and Liz, if you didn't realize it, now he's 7 months. Oh my God, he's 7 months old. Spilled my beer on my old computer live on the Vodka stream and killed it. I am now streaming from a brand new computer that I had to buy because my baby killed my computer live on Dave's
Don't
show.
you hate it when your baby spills their beer?
I know, right? It's like, dude, hold your liquor. I mean, honestly.
That was funny. I mean, especially when you talked about it, and then Steven pointed out like 4 images.
Oh my God, Steven had the screenshots.
Yeah,
it's like the death of a computer in slow mo.
The progression of like Callum smiling and then stop
Yes, Callum having the evil. And Liz, you understand this because you have a baby about the same age, but like that evil secret smile that they have, and then the look on your face of the damn it that comes after that secret smile.
Right. So Alec is like, okay, how did you miss the Kilowog thing? And I'm like, okay, yeah, I didn't spot that, but I spotted that Ben Affleck got out of the helicopter early again.
I did not notice that.
See,
really?
that's the shit I spot. Okay, I don't spot the like I see stuff. I'm like, yeah, there's green in there. It's probably something. I don't know if it's.
Did you guys, Chris? Did you see the hot dog cart?
Of course,
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Once I saw that's just hilarious. I mean, I'm so happy I chose a thing that I knew it was going to be a big deal in the movie.
You didn't choose the hot dog. The hot dog chose you. Let's be real.
But Chris, here's my question though.
His tinfoil hat is made out of hot dog tinfoils.
But Chris, here's the real question.
Yeah.
Did you eat the hot dog?
Oh yes. Yes, I ate the motherfucking hot dog. I ate 2 hot dogs and the movie didn't even play.
What are you going to do with that hot dog, guys?
Guys, can I just tell you this right now? Meg, Shiraz, Amanda, Steven, Liz, Mario, Chris, Dave. I've almost forgot Dave.
You.
I'm sorry, it's your show, and I almost forgot you.
I know, it's all right. I forgot you that one time. You're still not over it. I get it.
Oh, there you go. Your mom got you for that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm just saying. How do I love all of you in this community that the inside jokes, the things that no one knows what the hell we're talking about unless they are us. And that just makes it so much more. Guys, we're here. It's real. It exists. We've watched it 3 or 7 times. I'm just like, can you believe this? I don't understand.
I knew Scott was about to have his "I love you, man" moment.
I'm having my "I love you, man" moment. I mean, my coworkers, when I wasn't at work yesterday because I took a sick day, were like. When
Did you give them the Ryan Choi note?
I did. I posted on Facebook. I will say that. I tagged my wife in it too. But But when I literally the science teacher and the social studies teacher on my team something came up where like it came up like on their iTunes or some BuzzFeed thing, and they literally, I was talking today, I even brought them donuts, and they all looked at me and went, I saw this online and went, that's why Scott wasn't here. It's like, dude, it's like, you know me. My principal even wanted me to email me the podcast when it was posted. It's like, this is like
Santa supportive superior. Yay.
It's like, guys,
you're too happy.
All the things, like all the things from the last 3.5 years that we've gone through, and it's just like, man, this week is just so special.
It is.
And like my timeline is full of people that are like, whoa, this is actually a pretty good movie.
Yes.
That's
so great about it.
Everyone has won, no matter what fandom you're in, what end of the DC fandom you're in. I feel like everyone should be celebrating this week.
Yes.
Pretty
I
awesome.
love the damn it, he got me. It takes a lot. If you think about it from a marketing perspective, it takes a lot to turn someone from no to all right.
Well, listen,
it's less difficult to capture a neutral audience.
And what I love about it too is that
to sway someone who hated your work.
The thing about this movie that swings people is the same thing, I hope, and I suspect, will make them go back and try Man of Steel again and try BVS again.
Yes.
And even if they don't love it, they will go, oh wow, this is building that thing that I love.
Right.
I love this thing. And this is building that.
Yeah.
And
So
it's
therefore,
going somewhere. There's a payoff.
yeah.
Yes.
And it's so cool after putting like, I don't know, so much like emotional energy kind of into this whole thing.
I think that's the thing for me right now is just like the emotion of the friends that I mean, honestly, if this shit hadn't happened, I don't meet you guys. Like this, all of this doesn't have.
He's at a bar right now. I can imagine we're at a bar. He's
Yes,
on top of the table.
He would be the one going like, God.
We're in the back of an Uber right now.
Right now, he's hanging on someone's shoulder. One of us is supporting most of his weight.
Uber right now.
I don't make fun of me all you want. I don't give a shit
No,
right now. But I mean, all of this doesn't have. I mean, Tim and I were talking about the fact that the serendipity, like literally the will of God, that our 300th episode ends up being our review of Zack Snyder's Justice League. And Tim is like, we're like a 45 to 1 hour minute, like we want to respect our audience time, and we were like, fuck it, no,
don't respect your time, you asshole.
No, we're gonna go 2 hours plus. We're gonna go however long. Tim, God love him, the guy got his vaccine and he is getting pounded by it, but he stayed up as long as it needed so that on the morning of the 18th, it was like, damn it, you've watched the Snyder Cut, here's our review. Awesome. There it is, SOBs. It's just like,
and then he just collapsed on his face.
It's like there it is. And then I just told my wife tonight, because I watched Meg, because Meg's been way too quiet, and I love her. I want to hug her so much.
I have her. I slept with Meg.
I know, and I'm jealous right now. But like, I watched her interview with Zach, and I found out about the possibility of like SnyderCon 2.0 in October. And I told my mother-in-law and I told my wife, because obviously my wife has to come with these, like, you do realize that we're going to have to like take like personal days in October and buy plane tickets in October, because I missed Pasadena. I'm not missing. I'm not missing.
No, you gotta realize,
because we're all going to be there. We're all going to be there, and I am not going to miss the opportunity to finally meet all of you,
dude. It's gonna be
person.
It's gonna be dangerous. It's gonna be like that event is gonna be lit.
Wow.
No, but
Dave,
like,
I'm sorry that you're getting pure on emotional drunk, Scott, right now, but
I love it.
I love it. I love you, man.
I turn into I love you I love you, man.
I love you.
Mario called it. Like this is what
saw
I
it
get.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
when I've got this flowing through me right now,
Yeah.
I am like, I love you, man. This is what I turn into, and but it's this community, it's
so
this
great.
fandom. It's what the last 5.5 years for me doing my podcast has all been about. Because when Tim and I started our show, you know, when it was the Suicide Squad cast, like this is what it was about, was creating an online community where I'm sick and tired of people me telling me that I suck because of something that I like. We wanted to be a voice of, we love this crap, and let's find other people who love this crap. And Dave, I'm totally taking over your show, and I will stop.
No,
I think
eventually.
Scott, I think
I'm
something needs to be said.
but I'm preaching right now.
Yes,
And it's
Where's someone get Enosh in here?
Look at the chat is loving it right now.
Scott,
I can't. The feelings and the emotion and the fact that like my brother-in-law is like, dude, I want to watch this movie because apparently it's like the thing I have to watch to be relevant. My brother-in-law wants to watch it. My mother-in-law is like, okay, I'm gonna watch some of it tonight. She probably isn't because she's actually watching the kids, which is like, thank you, Donna. But it's like, but just seeing the world finally embracing something that I have loved and devoted 3.5 years of my life to is just so gratifying and satisfying. And that not 39.9 or whatever that show is. I'm drunk and I can't even remember the name of it right now. But it's Andre Braugher going Vindication. I'm just like, it is the moment right now, and I'm going to drink my last Jameson and Coke, and I'm going to shut up. I've been talking way too long.
No, Scott, that was amazing.
Thank you.
But Scott, I think it's amazing
my
though
turn.
too. How like, somebody had a thing.
Scott, you
what?
He said he was done. You did this. You and Dave and Chris and Shiraz, all of you were like,
And
why?
Tim.
Yeah, and Tim. But I mean, all of us, like everyone around here, like to an extent. But I mean, like you guys were the ones that you were like, we love this stuff, and we want other people to love this stuff. And not only do we want them to love it, but like we want to have a community of people together that can love it. And Shiraz made Comic Book Debate to kind of change the community and the way people come together to talk about these things. And Dave did his channel to kind of spread the word out there and get people interested.
This is a waterfall. All right,
and,
go.
and Tim and Scott, the reason that Squadcast exists is to celebrate this stuff and to find others like you. You make that joke all the time, but I was like straight out of the movie. And Chris, same thing to you. And then everyone else on here, does that as well. Mario, you a little bit.
We love you, Mario.
No, but listen, there's a point I want to make that ties into all this. So Steven, finish yours, and then
I'm going after Steven though.
No, I know I did, but it's we're talking about like after Man of Steel came out. This is the result of people not loving Man of Steel, is all of us being together loving this stuff.
I'm
now
so
because,
glad. Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like Man of Steel and Zack Snyder's DC films are the reason that all of us ended up getting involved with the things we're so passionately involved with right now. Because even me, like, first of all, look at the shirt I'm wearing. I wore this to the premiere of Man of Steel in 2013, and it's not an accident that later on that year is when I began writing for Latino Review and started my blogging and then eventually podcasting and all that. And it was all directly in response to my passionate reaction to Man of Steel, which at the time was very conflicted because there were things that I adored, there were things I really didn't, and my constant talking about it on my own personal blog. I had a what do you call those? I'm a little not all here too, just for what it's worth. What do you call that famous blog, the Tumblr? I had Tumblr. And I would just write my little Man of Steel things, and people were like, "You should, contact the site because clearly you have a lot to say and you put it well. And it's just interesting to think that like Man of Steel gave birth to me doing this. And it wasn't even out of love necessarily, but the fact that like that movie created a conversation that all of us eventually became a part of.
Forces you to engage. Exactly.
Yeah.
The best part isn't always something that makes us feel great or that we admire. Like Wolf of Wall Street, it's not meant to be admired. While like we are supposed to feel like that is slimy and gross because it is, but it makes you feel something.
Yeah, and that's
like somebody said this the other day. I don't know if it was Liz or Meg, but someone said his movies require you to engage, to stay engaged, and like it doesn't matter if it's his DC work or if it's his original content or whatever it is. It expects that you come to the table with a brain and willing to use it and to stay engaged with it, and that's so.
Yeah.
More of that content.
Mario, I gotta tell you, it's just so wonderful that
Scott, we're done. Scott, you're done.
I'm not done. Not done. No.
Let me take over, Scott. Let me take over.
Okay, Shiraz, go. But I just want to say Mario.
Let the man talk.
I'll take go. It's all good.
But Mario, no. I'm gonna throw it off to Shiraz, not Mario. But Mario. But the point is that Mario, but you're someone who's also willing to come to the table.
Yeah.
Is it's beautiful. It's a chef kiss.
Yeah.
And now, and if you're done, Shiraz, dude, just like take the floor seriously. Drop the mic.
No. Listen, you, Steven and Scott, both of you guys talked about community, and that's really what it's all about. In some ways, it does feel like the 18th was graduation day, and we were all in a small school together for the last 4 years, and we all had different cliques and different classrooms, and we're jumping from podcast to podcast, from show to show. And then after all this, we all end up with the same degree, and we're coming out with the same thing. And we're sitting here, and we're like,
but I'm glad to be here.
and we're looking back at the last 3 years, and like, okay, this was the journey, and we were all in each other's lives for this moment in such an intimate way. And I think that really goes far. And then you mentioned the fact that we can literally make careers out of loving this stuff. I mean, I was bullied for liking Superman as a kid, and I used to insist that I'm going to walk into 3rd and 4th grade with the Superman curl. I would make the curl every morning, and I would walk in, and I'm going to get shoved for that. And then obviously, I'm going to get my growth sport. I'm 6'4" now, so when I'm in high school, I'm not getting bullied anymore, right?
6'4", everybody. All these people that I stream with are way taller than I realized.
6'4". I can't wait to see you.
I know, right?
I mean, that's Superman's height on record is 6'4", so you're there.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
No, and then you what you do now in college, and you're working through it, and like, how can I take this passion and put it into practice? And I mean, Mario, you said it. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Zack Snyder's films, and I wouldn't have written something for CNN last week if I wasn't in love with these films. And pushed my career to the point where it got there.
Wow.
Thank you.
I
appreciate that.
Plug.
No,
bro.
Hashtag humble brag.
Moving up in the world.
No, I'm saying it's all related though. Like everyone kind of took what they had in that moment, and took it where they need to. And I'm blessed enough that my writing was capturing audiences enough that I can just keep climbing from place to place. And I knew after Forbes that something had like the next story I write has to be like vindication. And the fact that my story came out the same day the embargo broke for the Snyder Cut, I mean, that felt like, okay, like I get what's going on now. Like I get the arc that's being played here. So, and then now we're sitting here, we're just celebrating like a big after party. And I get that, and I get like the feels I'm feeling. It's got like I don't drink. So I'm just like feeling it organically.
Isn't it strange how in a weird way, that moment was sweeter because of what happened with Forbes?
By the way,
you know what I mean? All of the crap we've gone through individually because of our involvement in this whole thing, or on a personal level, all of that crap feels not insignificant, but in a weird way, like it means that this moment of joy actually matters more.
Yeah, and Shiraz, by the way, I know you don't drink, but for you personally, for the Forbes crap, for everything, and then when I saw you writing for CNN, dude, This is for you personally.
The
last oh no! Oh my god!
Straight up,
all he needed.
That is
all
for
Scott
you.
needed.
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate
Oh,
that.
man.
Amanda, to your other point,
I feel like
loving this.
you and the bros. I mean, the respect that I have for you and the website, because you did the Black Panther thing and everything. I mean, like, and partnering with
Diversity
you.
in your staff.
I mean, partnering with you, and like, I remember the first time we worked together when we fortunately had to band together to do something to, like, when we stood up together for that thing that was unfortunate in the fandom, but needed to be done. Like, the fact that you reached out to us and included us, but that you had the cojones to publish that and write that, because all I did was like random grammar crap because English teacher. Like, but that was you. That was all you, and so much respect and pride and credit goes to you.
Yes,
for that. And I don't sometimes in all the mishigas of all of the Zack Snyder stuff, I don't think people know, or people don't have a long enough memory to remember what you have done in the last 3.5 years, quietly and respectfully and humbly. Dude, you have done
so
much.
And I listen, there's no me without the people around me. Listen, if Steven wasn't helping me with every single article back in the day to make sure my writing was on point, if I wasn't listening to Scott and Tim to make sure that if we're starting a podcast with my brothers, let's see how the best of the best are doing it. If we were not going to jump to YouTube, if we weren't watching Chris and Dave do their thing first, and now even people who've come after me like Meg, I'm watching her to see that, okay, she's now setting the bar that I'm going to be following her now. You know, it's like this is how like the whole circle goes. So it's like it's really not me. Like I'm telling you, it's not me without everyone else around me, like blessing me along the way. Even Amanda, the amount of support you gave me after the Forbes stuff, like even the simple act of prayer is enough for someone like me and my family to just hunker down and be like, okay, things are gonna be okay. Like we're good. Like let's just keep going day by day. So I appreciate all you guys, like more than you guys know. Like I don't get a chance to talk to you guys every single day.
We
So
appreciate you. I mean,
appreciate you.
I mean, it is crazy. I mean, like when I started the vodka stream, it was just me sipping vodka for like an hour talking to the live chat. That was all it was. Now it's turned into this. We have Scott from Squadcast. We have Meg. We have Liz cosplaying. And I mean, how much you've grown, Liz. I mean, my God. When we first saw you, first off, we were like, holy shit, is that Gal Gadot?
I mean, don't say that.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat earlier was like, wait, are you interviewing Gal?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, people in the chat, like, we're actually going like, wait, is that Gal right there? People have said that. Yeah, I'm just saying. But just the fact that how much you've grown. I mean, Chris. I mean, the fact that Chris is like, you know, he's told me like, oh, I was inspired by you, and now, Chris, you're doing so awesome with your YouTube channel right now. Mario, I've connected with you, and just, you know, and seeing where you were at first and where you're at now too. It's just like, and just making these like, you know, friendships. Then of course, Steven, I mean, my God. I mean, that first tweet, I mean, that first DM that we had, which was
that was cool when you shared that.
November 16th was literally just like me slipping in Steven's DM. Like, hey, what's up?
Hey, Dave, I used Steven to slip into your DMs. I remember that day.
Yeah.
I was walking in my garage when that happened. So like we all did it. It's okay.
We all slipped in each other's DM. Yeah, no. It's just, it is pretty crazy like how it all started and where it all is right now. We're all friends, and I can't wait till we can actually, you know, like you said, if there's a Snyder Con and we can all physically be there, fucking A, man, let's do it.
So cool.
We're all going to be like, holy shit, you were taller or shorter.
We're giving up coffee. We're cutting out lunches. We're packing lunches and taking them to work. We are saving our dimes and pennies, and we are going to be there in October.
My
Everybody.
wife
Everyone's
is going. Heather is going to be looking at us, going, "Jesus Christ, you nerds! What is wrong with you?"
I mean,
And I feel like,
yeah.
like Heather, go hang out with Meg and Amanda
Yes.
and Liz, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, we're
It's
nerds,
gotta
but
be-
we're also human.
Right. It's gotta be like the first time I introduced Heather to all my college friends, because literally I took my wife when we were first dating to like a wedding. And I was like, you're gonna go hang out with all the girlfriends and fiancés and wives of my best friends from college, and we're gonna go have a bachelor party. Like that's what Snyder Cut 2.0 is gonna be. He's like, Heather, go hang out with Meg.
Speaking of weddings, now that we've heard from the maid of honor, I'd like to ask the best man, Chris Wong, if he has any words at this momentous occasion.
Dude, Chris.
I
yes.
heard you say to your second. Someone said to your second point, and then it just got steamrolled. So I don't know if it was Chris or Mario, but someone did.
No, Amanda, I said to your point, Amanda. Yeah, earlier,
There we go.
like 15 minutes ago.
Right.
You
That is
brought
right.
up what Zack Snyder's films sort of demand, right? And you know, for me, like something that's been so unique for me in these 8 years that I've been sort of talking about this stuff is that I feel like his movies, in an odd way, they like demand re-exploration. Now, there's not a lot of movies where like you get a lot out of a second or third viewing. You go back and it's more or less exactly what you remembered. For me, over these years where I, in talking about them and re-examining them and hearing what people like you say about it, and then going, let me watch it again, trying to see the stuff that they were talking about. And like the movies almost live and breathe in that way. And like there's always new things you discover and new little thematic things that kind of pop out at you. And that's just something that's been very unique.
Also, going back to them and examining them in the new context of like the way society has changed, and yet there's still
There's relevance. There's
reflective.
always,
Yeah.
it's amazing. Almost like a filter to look at our zeitgeist through, not something that's stuck in its own zeitgeist. It's really cool.
I gotta say, some words. I gotta really appreciate Dave, because when Man of Steel came out, like I thought I was the only one who loved it. Like I'm was part of Superman Hawaii, and I just remember the people on that table when I said I love Man of Steel, they wanted to throw water at me. They had stuff they wanted to chuck at me, and I just felt totally alone. But watching Dave and just listening to him on my way to work and things like that. And when it came to Batman v Superman, it's like, I'm not the only one. I can't be the only one. So Dave, you really inspired me to, really, and I just realized that I'm not broken and I'm not alone. Like, people love this stuff. Like I'm not
broke
alone.
Scott.
And like today, like just these past 2 days, seeing that other people that didn't like Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, they come out and says, I love Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I'm like, oh, this is the moment I've been waiting for, and it's just so much heart, so much emotion, and I'm just sorry I'm cracking up, but it's just like thank you all so much for being there for me, and I'm so happy. I'm so to have you guys as my friends, and I can't wait to see you. I can't wait to see. I've seen Dave. I've hugged Dave already. He smells good.
Chris, I gotta tell you, I still remember the first time I got introduced to your show, which was like July of 2018, like in the lead up to that terrible New York Times, Wall Street Journal article. I'm way too drunk right now, but I still remember the lead up to that article. And discovering you, I was actually in my sister's house in Lexington, Kentucky, and discovering your show. And then I'm going to tell you, between you and Dave in the quarantine last year, when I was at home every morning trying to be a teacher and teach my own kids and drinking my cup of coffee, like you guys got me through the morning, like watching, like doing like the replay of the Vodka stream and watching your live shows, because dude, you're Hawaiian time and I don't get to that till like 6 or 7 p.m. Central Time. The friendships, seriously, and I finally finished fixing my pop filter because I've been way too drunk. And like the whole lefty loosey righty tighty thing apparently was too difficult for me right now.
Yeah.
But the love I have of all of you, Liz and Mario and Chris and Amanda and Steve and Shiraz and Dave and Meg, that is just expressed every day through tweets and DMs. I don't know if people understand how much that talking to all of you, whether it's at night or during the day and off times, like being nerds and geeks, it means something. And someone who grew up, like I was born in the 80s and I grew up in the 90s. And just now in like 2021, being able to like YouTube and the fact that I can just like fully out myself as a nerd and a geek and talk to people and have friends that like I admit in real life I have never met. I've never met any of you, but I feel like that like if we met each other in person, besides the fact that like I'm like Shiraz being 6'4", I'm like, what the hell? Seriously, I'm like they're gonna look up at you. I'm only like 5'10", and like except for that, it's like just the fact that. But I feel like if I met you in real life, I would know you, like we would like connect. Seriously, what other fandom does this?
I know.
That like we would do it, and like I just want to hug you all in this beautiful platonic way. No matter what we've DM'd, no matter what we've tweeted, no matter what crazy stuff we've talked about, we're all friends because we love the same thing, and that's the power of art and superhero shit. And it doesn't matter because we love each other, because we embrace each other for what we are and what we love. And even if we disagree on stuff or we've changed our minds on stuff, because I want to hug Mario so much right now, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because we're all connected through our love of the same stuff. And this week it just felt like a celebration of
it was a celebration
of all that stuff. And Dave, I'm so sorry that I'm like
no, dude, I want to kiss your head right now. I want to mwah. I just want to like grab your face and kiss you right now. You don't even know.
I can't stop myself right now.
Scott has made me cry so many times.
Meg's been quiet, but Meg has been like rubbing her eyes.
Scott literally has made me cry like 5 times today because he sent me this long message today after he watched my interview, and it was just like, it was. I have so much respect for Scott, so when he sent me this message about it, I just broke down.
Yeah.
Well, Meg, because I love you and I respect you, and you deserve it.
Thank you.
And so much shit has happened, and it's like people need to understand. Everyone you see right now deserves your fucking respect for all the stuff they've done in all their various ways. I mean, whether it's YouTube or cosplay or podcasting or journalism, what you need to understand is while one medium may be viewed more than another just because of people's inclinations, we've all done something in the last 3.5 years based on our passions or our inclinations or our abilities. And we've all contributed in equal ways, whether people recognize it or not. We're all of you, even the people in the chat, you have done something incredible And what we're watching right now is something that I don't think has ever in history been done cinematically and medium-wise. And you need to own that and be proud of that, no matter who actually acknowledges it. And Amanda, I had like a therapy session with you like all night one night on Zoom because of this. But no matter who acknowledges it, we've all done that. And Liz, I swear I'll be more sober when we YouTube later.
Please don't. The multiverse. It'll be perfect.
But it's all of us, and I just want to hug all of you. And I really do hope that in October, if that's the month that thing happens, because Wonder Meg, subscribe to her channel right now. If I can get a chance to actually meet everyone who has meant so much to me right now. Yes, Drunk Scott is my spirit animal. I love that. Jose, I've learned to respect you so much after all these talks.
He wants to hug you too, Jose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, the whole chat's praising you right now, Scott. Yeah,
chat, I'm sorry. I don't look at the chat because it's like I want to be in the moment.
That's fine.
But all of you, I'm talking too much.
No.
But
no, Scott. No, dude. This is what it's all about, man.
Yeah.
This is what this week was about, dude. I mean,
I'm just trying to think, if we were at a bar tonight, which one of us is getting cornered at the urinal right now and listening to this? One of us is getting all of this and has to relay it to the rest of the group. We're at a bar right now. Scott's pouring his heart out, right?
I really am, because I've spent so much of the 3.5 years. I mean, the podcast of my wife giving me shit because I'm spending so much time looking at my phone, or the times that my oldest snuck up on me while I was podcasting up in the living room because that was the only computer that I had, and scared the shit out of me because I was so into it, and he snuck up on me. I mean, my 5-year-old this morning, as I'm dropping him off at daycare, was like, "Is that Zack Snyder?" As I'm listening to Junkee as he'll score. Yeah. It's like, it's embodied my life that my children are like, "That's Zack Snyder, right?" They don't even know who Zack Snyder is, but they've heard Daddy talk about it so much.
Yes.
Now, check this out. Last Sunday, I overheard this exchange. I wasn't even part of this exchange. My wife is talking to my son who's turning 7 in May, on May the 4th, be with you. And, what do you want to do on your birthday? And we were sort of mentioning maybe we rent a movie theater because, they're doing that sort of stuff on the cheap nowadays. And we're like, what do you want to see? And I'm overhearing. I wasn't part of this. This wasn't to like impress Daddy. I just hear him go, Zack Snyder's Justice League. And I'm like, whoa!
So awesome.
It's an amazing thing. I know. So I keep going. I just wanted to.
Dave, I'm shutting up. Because
beautiful.
Because Drunk Scott has talked too much, but I just want everyone to know how much I love you all. And the day that I can finally meet you and hug you and fist bump you and handshake you and tell you how much I respect and love all of you is going to be that day.
Yes.
And that's all I have to say. And I'm going to shut up now. Liz, I'm going to love being on YouTube channel because you invited me. And anytime that anyone invites me, growing up as a nerd in the 90s.
Okay, Scott, I just wanted to say I love you so much. And I hope that we are this emotionally expressive and free with one another when we do meet in person.
Yes.
I want to call back to about 2 weeks ago in time when a group of Snyder Cut, when he started this speech with a group of Snyder Cut fans got together in Detroit. And I met Meg. I did get to hug Meg.
And it's crazy because it felt like we had
Scott, when we meet, we are straight up making out. I promise. Thank you guys. Thank you. I'm gonna give you a purple nurple. Just throw it in.
A purple nurple.
But I meeting Meg in real life. Yes, she is as tall as you hope.
Thank you.
But you're welcome. But legitimately, like not just Meg, being able to meet the Fets, Tiff and Enosh and Ray, right? Flight Cast. Like there's so many people. I'm not even gonna try to name everyone because there were a lot of people, but huge shout out to Abdul for pulling that together and for enabling people to get together and to see each other and to meet and hug and share laughter with each other. And you're right, Scott. I had never met Meg in person before, but it was like we had always known each other forever. It was the same way with Joey. We got the first time we met Joey, we got in a car and drove 7 hours. Okay. And we didn't turn on the radio once. We just laughed and talked and it was wonderful. So yes, awesome. It has been that experience for us and the chances we've had to meet people from the Snyder Cut community. And I cannot wait to meet so many more of you guys, everyone here, but so many more people that aren't here as well.
I think I mentioned this last week also, but we were talking after after BVS comes home, and the idea of doing like for example, if there's a SnyderCon, like we totally got to find a bar that we can rent out to do a live vodka stream.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Look at Scott.
We're gonna
get
beforehand.
Steven told me about that.
Up on the stage by yourself.
Open the GoFundMe now.
Another round of 4 horsemen, just for that guy.
My wife will drive because she can't drink alcohol.
I'll drive too.
In our head canon,
I'll take the second car out.
Literally, yes, we'll fly Fatman in, and then she can be another DJ. Hi, Mrs. Hot Dog.
He made my hot dog too.
No, yeah. When Steven even said that, like doing a live vodka stream, I was like, man, that would be something right there. I mean, I'd be like, shitting myself, like just going like, oh my god, I have to go out there first, and
give Jose permission to like literally throw people out the front door.
Yes, Jose, you moderator, you. Jose and Eric.
Jose and Eric. Throw people out the front door and to pass me a joint back and forth the whole time.
Yes, Jose and Eric. I'll be like, you guys are showing up, and you're going to be like my bouncers right now. I'm just saying.
Start beefing up, guys.
Yeah.
Get on that.
All right, guys. I'm probably gonna jump out here unless I fall asleep.
Oh my god!
You know how it is on Eastern time. What's Eastern time here?
I know it's 1:45.
Right?
New York.
So I'll probably head out. But Scott, listen, brother, you killed it around. But this soliloquy, the last hour or so, I would say,
of our lives,
it has to be an all-timer. I'm telling you.
Someone better set it to music.
All-timer.
I hope someone
put it out and put it as a dedicated
Garza,
channel.
Let's get a trailer. Garza, a trailer.
Yeah. But I appreciate you guys, and I love you guys too. So when we meet eventually, it's gonna be handshakes and hugs all around. So I appreciate you guys.
Shiraz, I just realized that my mic has been mute this entire time because I was smart enough to mute it. But dude, I need you to give a hug like you've never given a hug before to all of your brothers, because all of you, I mean, you have been the one who's put yourself the most forward, but all of you deserve like the biggest like bear hug imaginable. And Shiraz, I have a duty to you to give a hug to your brother from me personally that they need to know that it's coming from me because of all the work that all of you together have done, because it has been amazing.
It really has.
Thanks, Scott. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it a lot. And
I'm muting my mic right now because Drunk Scott will not shut up.
Drunk Scott is the best Scott.
Listen, I'll be honest. I was thinking in my head, okay, I'm going to stay on Dave's show till 1 a.m. but Scott took up the next 45 minutes, so it's 145.
That's what it's all
but
about.
I wanted to respect you, brother. I wanted to respect you. Let you get out of your system, and I'm sure there'll be more when I leave. But
Of course.
yeah,
We're going all night,
This is
baby.
just the intermission.
I'll catch it in the morning.
This is a 4 hour.
All right, Shreds, man. You know what? I appreciate you, brother. You know, seriously.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude.
No, and I appreciate it. Especially, Steven, Dave, you guys, you're like my mentors. You're like my big brothers in many ways. I'm the big brother to the other Faruqi brothers, so I never had the kind of idea of having someone else. Like, I looked at them like, give me advice, but Steven especially, like, he's literally my brother. Like I'll say, he's my big brother. So I really appreciate you, man. I appreciate all you guys.
Man,
And Scott, you're like my teacher.
When all this is over with, I'm gonna have all you guys on as special guests, man. All the Faruqi brothers on. I've been wanting to do that for a long time.
It'll happen. It'll happen. Yeah. And then last thing I'm gonna say is that next week, I'll break it here. I was gonna announce it tomorrow, but full spoiler show with Ray Fisher on Comic Book Debate. We're gonna go through it scene by scene. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. And I think you guys are gonna enjoy it.
Yes.
So, and Ray's excited
Awesome,
about
man.
it too. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. So thank you all. Thank you guys in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Love you all. All right.
Nice
Scott,
try.
take it easy, man. No more drinks. Like,
Pleasure to
keep
meet
that-
you.
whatever you have.
It's good. Nothing but water.
No more drinks, but Dave, I'm gonna go to a bathroom break so all of you can actually like talk because damn, I've been talking way too much.
Make sure you mute your mic before you.
Mute your mic.
Yeah, we want to.
Muting my mic. I'm even going to shut off the camera.
Just
This is
in
like
case.
revenge for the fact
Good
that like
idea.
on Wednesday night Garza like talked forever and I never got to talk before like tornadoes hit. So like,
Okay.
so, like peace out.
Mute. Good job. All right, bye.
and guys, it was my mistake too. Like I want Garza was gonna show up, but I made a mistake where it was like I was sending out invites, and I was trying to do it like a one at a time kind of thing, and I forgot to like send it to well when it came to Ben and Garza, it was like I forgot to send it into like the chat that I was with them in, but Ben couldn't do it because there was other reasons, which Ben, we're with you on that when it comes to family reasons. But Garza, I apologize 100%. I was like, oh yeah, shit. I was trying to organize this. And so that's why, when Garza was in the chat, and I totally apologize for that, but yeah, trying to organize all this and just like this been one hell of a
special
day.
guest on the Sunday morning hangover.
Yeah, I'll bring him on there. If he'll
still be in the strip club, it'll be awesome.
Yeah, if he's not still upset with me, it's fine.
He'll make a trailer about it.
Yeah, he might. It'll be epic for sure.
I mean, it'll be amazing.
Actually, you know what I want is a Liz Wonder Garza crossover where he makes a Wonder Woman trailer but with Liz.
Ooh, there you go.
Fine.
And by the way, Liz, how are you holding out? I mean, if you can leave at any time if you're so tired, but
I was gonna leave next because it's
Okay.
like almost 2 a.m. here, and the baby is gonna wake up at 6:45. So I'm just
Yeah, I know. I was like, I don't want to keep I know.
no,
like,
but
East
it's
Coast
great. I
people-
mean, it's a week to celebrate. Like it's
Yes.
something I haven't been able to sleep anyways properly, so I'm like, screw it. But yeah, I mean, thank you guys from day one. From 2 years and a half ago that I started Twitter journey and doing all this cosplay, like to raise awareness for the movie. And Zach, you guys have been supportive since day one, so I'm super grateful. And again, we've become like family. I talk to you guys all the time, and it's just a huge blessing. It's surreal. It's crazy.
It is crazy, but you know what? Hey, it's not over yet. I mean, we're all gonna keep on going.
Oh.
I'm
And
pushing.
then the next one, the air cut. So
yes,
Yes.
Snyderverse. Yes.
we just keep going. But I'm
Yes.
just gonna enjoy this ride and celebrate.
All right. Well, thank you, Liz, for showing
Bye,
up.
guys.
Appreciate it. Yes.
Bye, Scott.
You're awesome. I can't wait for you
Bye,
guys'
guys.
collaboration. I really can't.
Me too. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Well, she's awesome, and oh my god, just the power that she has.
Yes,
Thank
absolutely.
you, guys.
All right.
Love you
Thank you,
guys.
Liz.
Enjoy your sleep, my dear. Good night.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye, Liz.
Yes.
I'd just like to point out that since Scott finished and then took his bathroom break, almost immediately we lost like 70 watchers. I think there were a lot of people that were kind of like
They were totally about like Scott.
Drunk
There was
Scott
so
is
I'm
rating.
not letting you. People need the emotional catharsis. It's not just you, Scott. There are so many people in the chat that are like, I needed to cry. It's like when you haven't masturbated for a really long time, you know.
And guys, I'm even going to take an even longer pause because I'm
You
looking
can find
at the
me
video.
at Too Far with Amanda at Pie Sugar Pie, except instead of E's, it's threes. You're welcome.
And Callum is like fussing right now. I'm not going to leave the stream, but I'm totally going to like mute and do it because like my wife is totally, as a Snyder Cut widow, copyright Amanda Colbert. Totally deserves me actually taking care of the baby right now. So I will be back, but I'm looking at a fussy baby on my phone right now who needs me.
That's fine. That's fine.
Don't nurse the baby. You're too
We'll
drunk.
probably still be here. We'll probably still be here because you know what? We're gonna go back to talking about this little movie that we.
But we were too busy talking about like the love fest and not talking about the movie.
Great.
I mean,
so great.
dear.
It was a nice little break. But
good.
I wanted to bring up this question right here from Carrie, one of the patrons, who said, "Was there a moment or a scene in Zack Snyder's Justice League that you were hoping for, which what you were hoping for, but it didn't happen? You know, something that didn't happen." Meg, you go first. Is there anything that you were like, that's gonna happen, but it didn't happen for you?
Not really. I mean,
Oh, how dare you? Come on.
I mean, I guess I'd have to think. Don't pick me first.
I had to put you on the spot. What am I talking about?
I don't know. Come back to me. Let me think.
Okay. What about Chris?
Well, you know me, all about that tin foil. So I was like, "Is that true? Was that true?" I think the biggest one probably Supergirl, but we got a little bit of it, and it's great to hear Zach saying that on the watch party. He said that that one in the armor. I think there's a female Superman.
Yeah, it definitely is a female.
Okay, I kind of got it, so that's kind of cool.
Okay, Mario.
Honestly, I mean, I didn't walk in with any specific expectations for like things I needed to see or things I was hoping for. I was just kind of coming in with an open mind and seeing what he wanted to do, and I was loving everything he wanted to do. I guess, if there was one thing I was hoping that there might be some of at the end, would be a little bit of Superman in the red and blue. I was hoping that it wasn't entirely black suit. I knew that a lot of the stuff we'd seen, I'm like, maybe they're saving like an epic, or maybe when he does do the shirt rip, now that he's back in civilization and he's Clark again, it's going to be the red and blue and we'll get one final majestic shot of Henry looking, that way. But aside from that, I mean, listen, the fact that wasn't there didn't bug me. That was just my own personal thing. I wasn't disappointed by really anything.
Steven?
Man, I don't know. Maybe a little bit more Nightmare.
Who couldn't use more?
And I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat that I didn't have a ton. I think that if anything, maybe I feel like they were a little bit constrained on the Nightmare just by necessity with Henry being busy on The Witcher and because of COVID. And so we've got those two repurposed Superman shots, which I think look
fine.
They look great in context, and so I'm not really bothered. The only reason that it's weird is because I recognize them, not because they're poorly done.
What's funny about that is like when people were talking about because it was in one of the TV spots or trailers, like, is this back from Man of Steel? And I was like, well, it could just be Cavill making the same face. But then when I saw the Nightmare scene, and he landed, I was like, oh shit, that is 100% when he landed in BVS, repurposed. And I'm like, so that means the other one was, but it works because it was like, yeah, he was too busy, and hey, whatever. Like they worked it out. It was fine.
Yeah. My only thing is I can't not wonder if they would have tried to do more with either of those.
Yeah.
If it weren't for COVID, would there have been dialogue, or would they have done something more ambitious? And maybe not. I mean, they work fine in the story. It's not like it's lacking. It's not like it's a constraint on accomplishing the story they set out to tell.
Right.
I just don't know if they would have done done anything additional with it beyond that. Like the cyborg vision, was very vignette style.
Yeah,
and
well,
like
we saw
was
the
that
storyboard.
always going to be that way anyway, or would we have gotten something more?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, too, is like when it comes to the actual nightmare scene that they shot. To be honest, if there was more to Superman, I think it would have maybe taken away from that Joker and fucking Batman
moment.
Oh my god! I mean, like that was so. I mean, like I said, it's. I got a picture right here of Dark Knight, Joker, and Batman right there, and it's. I mean, it's going up to that. I mean, I'm not sure if it fully beats it, but it almost does because of the dialogue talking about Harley Quinn and why you send a boy wonder to do a man's job. I mean, I was like, oh, he just said boy wonder. Jared Leto Joker just said boy wonder, guys. Oh, there's nobody around me. I'm
And the fact that they shot that scene with the dream lens that they shot the Army of the Dead with. And there's that moment with Joker that like blows my mind because I've never seen something that where he's waving the card around and then the focus is like on the card. And because the depth of field is so shallow, the second he like pulls the card down, it's just a completely out of focus look, and then it rack focuses onto his face. And the fact that like they're capable of doing that with that shallow of a focus,
oh my god,
it's just like you don't get shots like that in general. So it was cool, and cinematography didn't really fit with the rest of the movie, but it was the nightmare, and it was and so it's
supposed to be different.
Dreamy,
Yes, it was very dreamy, and then the fact. I mean, I'll take my little W because I said, hey, F-bomb's going to the fucking Joker from Batman. Sure enough, he was just like, the line where he says like when Harley was dying, dying in my arms, she asked me, she swore to me like if you when I kill you, and believe me, I'm going to fucking kill you. First off, he almost dropped an F-bomb beforehand when he's all like, when he said like the next thing, say it carefully or whatever the hell, like, and then like when Joker stopped him, he was about to drop an F-bomb. Yeah. And then when he said the line, like, he's all, when she told me like, when I kill you, and believe me, I'm going to fucking kill you. Ah, Jesus Christ.
You said exactly that. So I thought you
almost exactly. I just was like, when I heard the F-bomb, I'm like, it's got to be towards Joker. How can it not be towards Joker? Yeah. And Jesus Christ, I was like, when I finally heard it, I was going, oh my God.
And from Meg, when you interview Zach, there is going to be more, right? In more dialogue, I think.
Yeah, he mentioned, because I asked him about the We Live in a Society line, and he says that in the Justice is Gray that there's an alternative scene where the Joker says, we live in a society, and so that'll be cool to see.
I can't wait.
I'm just really excited about it.
Yeah.
Meg,
But
what was the thing you were looking forward to / maybe we're hoping for but didn't see?
I mean, there's so many people have told me so many things that they either said that was going to be in the movie and turns out it wasn't. So like I tried to go in it with like an open mind, so I wouldn't be like not disappointed, but like let down, be like, oh well, this person wasn't in the movie and this person told me that they were, so whatever. But I was kind of hoping for like Grail. I really wanted to see some type of like tease of Grail in the movie, or like Chris said, like Supergirl, like just to have another like female hero in the movie. But I mean, it's not that I was disappointed without seeing them. I still fucking loved the movie. So
right. I personally, I just wanted more full frontal male nudity.
Yeah.
I mean,
cyborg nudity.
I mean, that was one of my gripes too. I think my thing was too, and Carrie actually in his question said it. That's why I didn't like repeat it. Was I thought there was going to be a callback to the Codex, and when it came to bringing back Superman, I thought there was going to be like something mentioned about the Codex. And I mean, I'm not gonna say that there wasn't or was. I think there probably was, because let's face it. I mean, this thing is still going to be. It still was tightened up, and maybe there was mention of something,
Well, but who? I think that the Codex is very core to like Superman, who he is, and what they brought him back and he came back just fine, but like they brought back Zod and he turned into Doomsday. And I know that was like by different mechanisms and everything, but the point is that I think that the Codex is important, but there's not like who would be the one to know that or say anything
Cyborg
about it to him. Maybe
Cyborg?
Yeah,
he would
I'm just gonna text
Cyborg would sense that. I think like I was kind of thinking that, and I don't know if this was actually going to be a story point, was the fact that why it was going to be easy for, obviously the mother box can bring him back, but at the same time, it's like there was life in him. There was like life in Superman with the Codex. It's like, and Cyborg was going to recognize that by doing like a scan or something. I'm just saying, it's just like, well, there's something going on with this guy, and maybe if we give it a little bit of a jolt, we can get him back up or something like that.
Well, who's to say that that's not the way it is? And because I mean, look at how like exposition light Zack is in the way that he does stuff. Is Terrio is very efficient with his use of words, and then Zack, there's a lot of story in there that's not spoken. And like as we've been discussing tonight for other scenes, it's like there's so much packed in there that it's very how likely is it that we'll get to like part 3 and they'll say something about the Codex and we'll be like, whoa, that's why that happened in BVS. That's why that happened in Justice League. That doesn't mean they have to like. You kind of think about the way that dialogue would work, and it'd be very exposition heavy. Like why does Batman care? Well, he's got the Kryptonian Codex is in his DNA, and therefore, if we supercharge the mother box, I don't know. It seems like. I get what you're saying. I'm just kind of being the devil's advocate here, but
I know. I just wonder if there's like an actual scene where Cyborg is like, there's, I sense something in him right now, and it was just kind of like, maybe that's going to help this whole thing. It's like, he's not exactly fully dead. And maybe that would explain a little bit of the rising dirt at the end of BVS. I don't know. Like there's just something, I don't know. I just was like hoping there was going to be a callback to the Codex.
Or here's the other thing. He was the first natural birth Krypton had ever had. And like the Codex in some way was, I don't think the Codex was like necessarily related to that, but like he now has his own child that's on the way, right? Like that is relevant to the Codex in some way. He just passed the Codex on. The Codex is in Lois now. So
I mean, to repurpose it to that,
Krypton's future.
It's inner, like that.
The future has taken root in the present.
Future has taken root. Did you know that sperm can live in a vag up to 5 days?
Dude. The more you know.
Yeah, I know. I wish I had that drop right now. Jeez.
Dun, dun, dun.
I really wish I had that drop.
What about Kryptonian sperm? How long does that live?
What's funny about
that is a question I don't know the answer to. It could be 6
Kevin
months.
Smith.
We'll have to wait for
Sperm of steel.
Kevin Smith, like, okay, so one of the things that drew me to Kevin Smith was watching Mallrats, and he actually like there's a scene in Mallrats where the two characters are talking about Lois getting pregnant by Superman, and it's a very it's one of the best like explanations that the main character Brody says to TS, the other character. And it's just like, he's like, Brody's like, no, it can't happen. No, it can't happen. He's all, why? It's bound to happen. He's all, no. He's all, you think our fallopian tubes can handle the sperm? And it's like, he's all, I guarantee you. He's all, and then he goes, I guarantee you, he blows a load like a shotgun through her back. Yeah. And then he
what is an angle? It would come out the top of her head. What are we talking about here?
That would be like fucking
Blow her brains out.
No, he might
like hundreds of
it
miles.
depends
an
on the
hour,
curvature of the
Stop. The Earth.
Is this really happening? See, Scott steps away to help the
I
baby
know
go
we're
to
talking
sleep.
about Superman and Lois, and then all of a sudden
Scott is in another room
Yeah, but
cradling a little baby
then it
right
finishes
now.
off, then it goes off and he goes, only like a woman like Wonder Woman could handle this kid. He's all, can you imagine like Lois Lane like holding a kid? Imagine she got a kid, like imagine she got a tan. The kid would like punch through her stomach with the sun, like the powerful of the sun if she got a tan. And just like
my
punch
fucking god.
Dave,
Oh,
you
like-
need
like
that
a
Kal-El.
Twilight,
You need that
like it's
Kal-El
just
no
gonna
drop.
rip out of her. Oh,
I need to like find that scene and play it for you guys because
Yes.
I always thought that was the funniest like explanation of Lois and Clark having a kid together and how it could not work.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess if you're in the womb, are you really absorbing the sun? And then also, when did Clark's powers manifest? I think there's a lot of
And it's
question
only
marks.
half Kryptonian, right?
Yeah.
Only half Kryptonian
So the
and
baby's
no
only
direct
quarter
exposure to the sun.
No, no,
Mhm.
Superman's 100%. So the baby is 50%.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, the baby is okay. What the fuck, God?
Yeah, I mean, math is good.
Never mind me.
But yeah, like you have Kryptonian and no direct exposure to the sun, so I feel like you could justify that.
See, Dice gets it. Twilight took care of all of this.
I was going to say that.
You guys already said Twilight.
I know.
I'm gonna find the scene right here
I-
because I'm gonna find the scene because Jason Lee says it so much better than I just said it right now because I've had a few drinks, but I'm gonna do it right now because
You're gonna do it right now.
Huh? what was that?
No, nothing.
You just set something up.
Oh, what was it? What was it?
Nothing. You missed it.
I totally missed it. Damn it!
I missed it too. It's all good.
I did
No,
that.
you should also have the Kal-El no drop. That would have been perfect, right? When you said Wonder Woman, Kal-El, no.
Let me see here. I'll play the scene right here. Good. It's like it was one of the things I was like, oh my god, Kevin Smith. This is why I love Kevin Smith right here. I'm gonna do it right
I
here.
love Kevin Smith because he was able to fill time
Yes.
for an hour yesterday talking
Oh,
about
he's so fucked
pinching
up.
it off so you
It
can't
was
pee
so great.
and going to church.
God
Not
bless
the one
you,
that
Kevin
your
Smith. You're
grandma's
one
in.
of us.
He was high as
You're welcome on the
balls.
vodka stream.
Oh, he was high.
anytime
He was
you want
so high as
Kevin
balls.
Smith.
Oh, if Kevin Smith comes on my stream, I'm gonna fucking smoke. one
Welcome
with him.
here. Welcome
Yes.
here.
So here's the scene right here. Oh shit! Is it working? It's not working. Shit. Never mind. God damn it. I fucked that one up. Sorry, guys.
Sorry.
Just read the captions.
Yeah, just read
Thank
that.
you, thank you,
I
Meg.
mean, Dave explained it
I can read good.
sufficiently.
I did pretty explain it. God damn it, I totally fucked. No, because I was trying to do it on my laptop, and I'm like, wait a minute, the audio on my
Oh
laptop
my
is.
gosh, this is totally a drunk party after.
Yeah,
people
yeah, I
start
mean,
going
yeah,
home.
it's
The
it's
audio
You're trying
of
to
your
throw
laptop
one
is
YouTube
so great.
clip.
It's me. It's usually me doing this. I'm so glad it's not me this time.
Yeah.
Wow, this is awkward. You're right. I shouldn't do this to people when I'm drunk at parties.
No, I put it on the
Thank you,
wrong.
Dave.
I put it on my laptop, and I shouldn't have put it on my laptop. That's what it was.
That was your first
Take that.
mistake.
That was the first
Yeah.
mistake. Oop. Sorry.
I'm so
Yeah.
glad I was able to stay upright for this. vodka stream. The last time I just kind of I couldn't do it.
Yeah, you were like failing the last one. I remember that. I remember like
I just want to let you know that I texted Scott 7 minutes ago, "Are you alive?" and I've gotten no response. So we
Oh,
might have
boy.
to do this.
I think in lulling the baby to sleep, he's asleep with the baby.
Somebody said that they were like, his eyes are closed and he's speaking truth, but he's going to be asleep within the hour.
That was the best part was when his hands were under his armpits and her eyes was closed and he was
I know.
still just
Yes.
going, going strong, eyes closed, mouth moving, hands in the armpits, just talking.
Speaking of really old movies,
How many times did he offer to hug us? There should have been a drink for every time he said he wanted to.
Oh,
hug.
we would be all just as fucked
oh,
up
it
as
was
him.
so great. All right.
He'd be perfect at weddings.
Yes.
that's
Yeah.
why
gotta
I
hang out with
thank
him.
you. That's why I said okay, he's clearly the maid of honor. And
Yeah.
now I'm gonna switch over.
And I appreciated that as a wedding DJ. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly how that would go. That's about right. I mean, actually, I would be having the internal conflict of like, do I play him off?
Yes,
Right? They'll do that. They'll be like, listen, if my uncle gets the mic, please have a song ready. I'm like,
Yes. Technical difficulties.
yeah.
Okay, I actually have it now ready, like in the right spot now. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's hear this explanation from Kevin Smith in Mallrats from Jason Lee. It's a lot better than how I explained it.
Can't unmute it.
Unmuted.
Oh,
The matter can't happen. Why not? It's bound to come up. It's impossible. Lois could never have Superman's baby. Do you think her fallopian tubes can handle the sperm? I guarantee he blows a load like a shotgun right through her back. What about her womb? You think it's strong enough to carry his child? Sure, why not? He's an alien, for Christ's sake. His Kryptonian biological makeup is enhanced by Earth's yellow sun. If Lois gets a tan, the kid could kick right through her stomach. Only someone like Wonder Woman has a strong enough uterus to carry his kid. The only way he could bang regular chicks is with a kryptonite condom. That would kill him.
Come on. That's so awesome. That is so awesome.
That is pretty good.
That's honestly the best excuse for raw dogging it I've ever heard.
Yes, exactly. The fact that he had to have a kryptonite condom. Come on.
True.
See, I think that's what I mean. It's when I saw that scene right there in Mallrats, I was like, all right, I'm a Kevin Smith fan, 100%. What happened?
I don't know. They're muted.
I know they've been laughing so much a lot in mute. I'm like, man,
like, what are you guys
laughing? I've been
at?
having such a good time tonight. I love that.
Well, if I may try to bring it back,
This whole plate is edibles, guys.
Oh, no.
Oh
my God.
But listen, if I may try to bring it back to this movie and to something that that Steven said like an hour and a half ago, which was about
when I interrupted you in the middle of a conversation, and then people started making speeches.
I don't know where we were at that point, but yeah,
I'm sorry. I felt so bad because all the people were making speeches, and I was like, Mario was in the middle of saying something.
He goes, "Oh no, we cut Mario off."
Listen, it's all good. I'm just a guest. I'm here for the ride. But no, you brought up something too, just in general, about like having the TL with all of these generally favorable, things and people who are kind of like new converts and all that sort of stuff. And I got to tell you, like that word of mouth really does move the needle. And I could say that from experience because, like, even for me coming into this week, my excitement was a little bit muted. It was a little bit just like, I just want to see what this whole thing is about. Finally, I've heard enough about it. I just want to see the damn thing, but I don't think I'm going to do 4 hours. I'm probably going to have to figure out how I'm going to watch this and yada, yada, yada. And then as we get into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, actually Sunday night, when they cut the embargo, they shortened the embargo and allowed people to start speaking sooner than initially planned. And the word of mouth really started to build. All of a sudden, by the time like Tuesday came around, I'm like, oh no, I'm seeing this like excitedly, and I need to do all 4 hours in one full go. And it's like, this word of mouth, this unexpected rush of like, hold the phone. This is actually pretty awesome. Like that caught my attention. I can only imagine that I'm not alone. I imagine that there's other people who saw this and were like, hang on a second. Maybe I need to.
Never watched or cared about comics in her life. Never watched a comic book movie.
Yeah.
And because of how hyped we have been for the last too many years. I'm so sorry, family. Thank you. We love you. They already had HBO Max, but she's watched Zack Snyder's Justice League twice.
What?
On the back to back.
Wow.
She said Junkee XL score was the baddest, that she's she thought it was fucking awesome. And she's a vinyl collector, so she's really excited that it's coming out on vinyl.
Oh,
so
man.
Wow.
all 54 motherfucking 52 tracks.
And that's another part of it too, where like not only did I go from feeling like there's no way I'm going to do 4 hours, because I don't do 4 hours for anything, by the way, like nothing. Even when I'm binging a show, it's like I tap out at like 2 or 3 episodes and I'm done. So the thought of doing 4 hours of anything is like the most daunting thing I've ever thought about.
Okay.
But not only did I do it, but I want to do it again really soon, possibly like Monday or Tuesday.
Me too.
So it's like, it's insane. Like,
Everybody's rewatching
that at all.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry.
That was the thing I pointed out when like the early reviews dropped, and what really I was like, I said this is a really accessible movie, But then all the social media reactions dropped, and not just from the fans who could see it early, but like the critics who saw it early.
Yeah.
And all of them were like, I saw it 3 times. And I was like, dude, you fucking hated Man of Steel.
You know, it's like your job is to watch content.
And you watched,
you have so much content to watch.
And you watched a 4-hour screener 3 times before embargo broke. What? Like,
dude, you had Humberto Gonzalez, who has a very sort of checkered history with the Snyder Cut.
What, Scoopy Pan?
Tweeting out "Restore the Snyderverse" and how amazing that, and I'm gonna watch it again. You had Eric Davis from Fandango doing "Restore the Snyderverse." Like it boggles the mind. I don't know who could have predicted that this was going to go this way.
Satisfying for me, because I've always said, like, release the Snyder Cut was always about there's this thing that exists in enough of a capacity that you can financially justify spending a little bit on it to finish it and get it released.
Like 40 million or so.
Exactly. and that happened, and it was successful, and it's awesome because they found a way to monetize it. The nature of the ask of do another one is entirely different. That doesn't mean it's undoable, but you can't take that same crew of campaigners and do the same campaign and get that result. And I always said it's going to live or die based on whether or not the audience wants it. If the general audience reacts to this movie by saying, give me more, then there's life in that campaign. If the general audience reacts to the way they react to Batman v Superman, I learned not to never say never, but probably
the odds are slim.
You're in a different spot.
Yeah.
And so the fact that like early reviews dropped, embargo on the media lifted, and people who were like lukewarm or disliked BVS or whatever were, before fans had even seen the movie, before they had a chance to even start the Restore the Snyderverse campaign, critics were tweeting hashtag Restore the Snyderverse in their social media reactions. I was like, boom. Yep. That's it. That's step one. There's 20 more steps. Step one is done. Like that is exactly what you want. And now the Twitter, it's been trending. Did you guys see Falcon Winter Soldier trend?
How many?
I'm sure. I heard it's great.
How many million views?
You know what? I still have to do my Falcon and Winter Soldier review. It was actually fun, but it's like it was a good start.
But it's just like it's a tsunami.
It is just crazy how I have not seen anything but the promoted hashtag. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, that is pretty nuts. That is, considering like when WandaVision was a thing, everyone was talking about it. Right now, there's a new Marvel series, and I ain't seeing anything.
Yeah, I mean, and like I'm gonna post my review tomorrow because I watched it today, and it was like I was actually like pleasantly surprised of like, oh, okay, this is very much like this. Cool, I like that, and but at the same time, I'm like nobody. I mean, I see it trending, but it's promoted trending. Zack Snyder's Justice League, Snyder Cut, all this stuff, it's still trending organically.
I think people are now like, it's Friday, so they're like, I can watch it now.
Yeah.
And so this weekend, it's going to be like a lot.
Yeah,
like,
that's the thing. This weekend is you're right.
It's
Chris.
not done yet.
You're right.
Oh, and it's funny too because like now nobody's giving a shit about spoilers. I've seen gifs and pictures. I'm like, okay, it's game on now. Like everybody's talking about everything. I'm like, I've seen Harry Lennox, Martian Manhunter all over the place. I've seen gifs for just like, oh, we're posting that now. Okay, cool. That's fine. Fine. I guess it's good now. Everybody's seen it, but like,
all the people who either didn't know about it are now finding out about it and are going to watch it, and they're going to react well to it. And then all the people who were like, who had said, I'm probably not going to watch it, are now looking at the word of mouth and saying, well, I guess I'll give it a chance then.
Yeah.
And that's like the second wave. And it was crazy. Who was it? I think Dave said at the beginning of the show that hashtag Snyder Cut Justice League or something was trending, which is not a hashtag I've ever seen trend before.
Yeah.
So who would even, it's not a promoted hashtag.
Nothing.
That's just organically, people saw the movie and are like, oh yeah, that's hashtag Snyder Cut Justice League. That's what people tweet, right? And it's enough people are on Friday night that are like casuals or whatever watching it and reacting to it that it's trending. It's so crazy to kind of see the organic nature of how this stuff takes.
like one of my good friends who was like last night.
Welcome to King.
Yes, yeah, he's a member now. I got a Victor as my as a member.
Look at that.
No, but going to your point, Steven, is like as they like drifted away somehow.
Amanda was doing the
No, but like one of my good friends who was in the chat earlier, she watched it last night, but she was like, God, I'm so tired. I'm gonna start this thing now, and I think I have to break it up. You know what happened? She didn't break it up. She watched the whole thing because it was so good. She kept on like texting me, "Oh my God, it's so good!" And then I had another friend who was in the chat for Debbie's interview. My friend Christina, she was texting me, going like, "Oh my God, like this is so good! Like I love Ezra Miller's Flash. Like I am just like falling." She was swooning over him. She's like, "Oh my God, he's so cute in this, that, and this." And I was telling her like, "Well, wait till you see what he does." And we haven't talked about that yet, but
Gotta run, gotta break the rule, gotta go fast, never gone before.
Dude, I well up when the
first notes of that song hit.
When the unity happens and everything goes to shit, man, when that is like, I mean, that's why I'm wearing this shirt right now. I was like, I'm wearing my Flash shirt because, Flash and Cyborg were the fucking all-stars of this movie.
Yes.
When I ran a poll on YouTube, I was like, I can't list all the characters, but I'm going to put Flash and Cyborg together because I know everybody's going to fucking do that. And I don't know where it's at right now, but when I saw it, like, it was like, I think the last time when I saw it, it was like 70-something% Flash and Cyborg as the all-stars of this movie. And as much as we praise Ray Fisher for his performance, fantastic, but fucking Ezra Miller. And when that happened, when the unity happens, man, and he just does that whole, he stops himself and he does that whole freaking thing where he's like, doing the shaking in time where he's like, he can save himself. And then he goes, and then he just talks to himself and tells him like, hey, you got to fucking run fast. You got to break your rule of running faster than any other time. And then he fucking, that scene where he like slow motion goes down and starts leaping into it. I fucking, the chills every time, and even like getting choked up like when he does that. And then when he's doing that and he starts talking to his dad,
yeah.
Come on, guys.
And even before that, he falls down on his face.
Oh my God.
And then he goes to stand up and he's like, it's okay. It's just got the wind knocked out of me.
Oh,
and then the camera pans down and he's
God. You just want to cry for him.
And you know that, like,
I gotta heal.
Compare that to I just push people and run away. And I honestly I didn't hate that line. I thought the line was like okay in context because what they're going for is like, oh, he's a kid. This
is his first time out. He's the noob.
And so, but he's like, but you see him and he's like, oh, I just got the wind out of me. He's like, Batman's counting on me.
Yeah, and that's
what you hear in his voice. And
right there. Yeah.
And what's so cool is that like the reason he's that way is because Bruce Wayne, Batman saw Superman die and said, I owe it to him to fix this, and I'll bring people together. And he became the inspiring mentor figure. And Victor and he recruits Flash, and then Victor says, he's like, it's in its nature to fly, and he goes, yours too. And you got the crew at War Power playing, and then he's like, I know he'll come, Alfred. He's like, how do you know? And it's like, faith, Alfred. Faith. And then War Power takes off, and then I don't know, you bring that all together, and like that's what. I know we're talking about Flash, but like Flash is there as an extension, as an inspiration because of Batman.
Bruce was so inspired.
But also because Superman was his hero, and then like Batman brings him and gives him an opportunity to honor both of them that he looks up to, and Wonder Woman too.
Gonna say it.
I love what he says too. He talks about his dad. He says he's talking to his dad. He says
it was one of the great ones.
His dad to be proud of him, and he says the exact same words that his dad told him in prison. And I was like, awesome. Perfect. I'm feeling it. I'm like, oh my God, it's amazing.
Oh my God. I mean, like, when he that, I mean that's like perfect Zack Snyder moment where he's just like, where he's got to do it, where everything's like going crazy, and he's like, he's got to break the rule, and then he just like goes down slow motion and just leaps and just starts going, and I'm like, oh my god, that shot is one of my fucking top 5 favorite shots of the movie. Is when Flash like goes down and just and then he leaps forward, and it's just like, oh my god.
So can we just talk for a second about how fucking ridiculous it is that this movie had everything that the studio supposedly wanted? It had the hope, it had the fun, it had the optimism, it had everything the studio claimed it wanted. The only thing that this thing didn't deliver was like Happy Meals and that sort of 4-quadrant, get everyone. And it makes me wonder too, like, did this really come down to that? Did this come down to the fucking Happy Meals? Because everything else is there.
We have a 4-year-old. He'll be 5 next month.
No, I know. But in their eyes, like, this isn't a movie that they could sell as a
4-year-old stepped into the room when I was he's almost 5. He stepped into the room when I was watching it, and he like sat down and sat there quietly for 2 hours.
Yes.
And then Cyborg is on the ship. They're getting ready to go in the they're getting ready to go into battle. Cyborg goes,
but
your kids,
my 5-year-old goes, whoa. He's got 2 guns.
I know, Chris. You posted a picture with your kids. Like,
I didn't think they were gonna like it, but once I started watching, they sat down. They took over my chair, so I had to watch it somewhere else. And they were engrossed twice. Yes. And my 4-year-old this morning, he got a rubber band with a piece of paper. He says, "I want to shoot arrows." Arrows. Like he couldn't say who that person was. He just knew that was his favorite scene, where they were shooting arrows, and I'm like, and he's shooting me with, he's shooting me with cardboard pieces, but whatever. I was like, I can't believe he loves that. It's cool. It was so cool.
Yeah, but to Mario's point about why they cut it, I honestly think this is a perfect example of the studio being operated by bean counters.
Mm-hmm.
And Zack was giving them everything that they wanted, and not only that, but delivering on. This was not a course correction.
No.
This was what they always said was going to get to at this point before Batman v Superman came out. So, AKA before they did the rewrite, before they knew back when. What was the word about Batman v Superman at the time? Standing ovation from the studio, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone thought that it was going to be this good thing. Debbie Snyder, like in interviews, was saying, "Oh no, after Batman v Superman, it's going to be lighter because you got other characters in there, like the Flash. It's going to be way more funny,
right?
So it's not going to be nearly as dark as Batman v Superman, because that was why we did this movie. It's the Empire Strikes Back." And then you got to take them to that place in order to take them to the next place.
So that the hope, the optimism feels light and feels like a relief from the darkness.
But then you have the studio bean counters who, like, you can tell them that, but they are looking at the Excel spreadsheet version, which is Zack Snyder's name is on this.
And he's out there saying this isn't for kids. This is for grown-ups.
Exactly. And then you look at like the how cynical the notion is of, okay, so let's get Zack Snyder off of this and put Joss Whedon on, because on that spreadsheet with the Avengers title on it, it said Joss Whedon.
Yeah.
So let's put that name on this one, and then we'll get that out of it, because they can't, because who was it that made a great point? Roger Myers Burnett, is that his name? Robert.
Yeah. Robert.
Yeah. I always say Roger for some reason. That's Robert. He said he was criticizing studio execs, and he said, like, they don't they're not artists. They can't they don't understand fandom. They don't understand comics.
Yeah.
They understand like box office revenue, and they take these factors that are like, they don't look at Zack Snyder as an artist. They look at him as the average box office that he brings in.
Hold on. Let's all get rich and start a studio.
Yeah. Well, what needs to happen is what happened. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Stephen. Finish.
No.
I cut you off earlier. You get to cut us off this time.
No, I think I basically made the point already. But just that, and so that's what they're looking at. They don't have the capacity, because to them, they looked at BVS and were like, yeah, okay, that's cool. Mm-hmm. And then they can't, and then it didn't do well, and they didn't know why. And like, well, so this other guy will do something different. And so therefore, they'll be able to look at this and say, that's what we want. Because they need to hire someone who has delivered on that thing before. I don't know. It's just insanely cynical and short-sighted and stupid, but that's the only thing that makes sense.
It's ridiculous. But speaking of short-sighted and stupid, like, there's nothing about where this ends up that they couldn't go wherever they want afterward. Because you know, like let's say that they did want to go in a different course, right? Let's just go down this hypothetical. Let's say no matter what, you know, we still want to go down an alternate course, and we're determined to do that. Even with this ending, you could still go to different places, and you can sort of tweak things if you want, and things can happen like what happened with Patty Jenkins taking Wonder Woman and taking seeds that Zack had planted and creating her own awesome little world there for Diana. Same thing that James Wan did with Aquaman, where he took seeds that Zack planted and put his own spin on it. They could have continued to do that, just like they're going to do with the Flash. They could have done that for Cyborg. And let's say if one of the things is like, well, we really don't want to get into the dark side stuff for whatever reason. This was 4 years ago. We really just don't want to do another alien invasion. Marvel's doing the same thing. Whatever their rationale was, if it's dark side they're trying to avoid in the movie, in Snyder's movie, that gets addressed, because when he's walking off basically saying I'm going to get like the Legion together essentially to come back and try this again later, that later could be a long time from now. If you want, you can get back to that in 3 or 4 of these movies. So if
it took Marvel 20 more movies after they did that with Thanos.
Exactly. So they could have treated this.
I don't think they should do that, but if they wanted to, they could have.
If they wanted to, treat this like a tease, and then maybe have Ava DuVernay's New Gods somehow connect a little more to that story, and then it adds, like they could play a long game with Darkseid if they still wanted to do Legion of Doom, for example, or whatever. Like there was wiggle room here for them to take.
Legion of Doom was in Justice League 2 already.
Yeah, but also, and even like the thing, like let's say also the thing with Superman, like there was also kind of a belief that like even Henry at times was kind of like he kind of wanted to move into just playing the classic Superman, and this idea of having to do this timeline where he's like the evil, deadly, sort of scary version of him. Like let's say they wanted to avoid that hypothetically, you could still do that, because I feel like you could take what Zack planted here and also make a movie that harkens back to like Terminator 2 Judgment Day, where that nightmare sequence is something that we see flash forwards of, but we don't really spend a lot of time there. And it's really about avoiding that from happening. So the whole movie is about avoiding Judgment Day. So the whole movie is about avoiding that the thing where Lois dies and Superman snaps and the heroes actually succeed. So there's like a way to avoid having to go down that very dark path if they wanted to avoid it.
What's so great about it though is that it's always on the table. It's like,
you could use it or you could not.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, it's like,
but the point is, they brought in Joss Whedon and gave him at least $20 million additional dollars, and they used that to completely torpedo any chance they had at competing with Marvel.
I mean, oh my god,
yeah,
it's nuts.
It is crazy. It is crazy. Man, what was the other thing I was gonna say? No, but like
not that competing with Marvel.
No, okay, so
that's what their objective was.
The fact that we have 2 diehard Superman fans here. I mean, we're all Superman fans here. How did you guys feel about? Okay, because when it came to Justice League, and the ice breath, it was done poorly because he went. Whoops! I just knocked down something. Yeah, because
nice
elbow. Yeah, you saw that. But then it was kind of like, okay, what the hell? He's like got ice breath all of a sudden. But when he came back in this, after the axe hit him, and it was like
ice breath a
moment, he goes not impressed, and just kind of goes like that.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. First, Meg, how did you feel about that when he just kind of like,
I guess I did.
How did she feel about Henry Cavill blowing ice cold air onto somebody? That's what you're asking me?
I know. That's why I asked her first.
All you had to say was Henry Cavill.
Yeah, and blowing. No.
Yeah, no. I mean, I guess I didn't notice it really until you pointed it out when we were talking after the first time I watched it. You mentioned that the ice breath was something that you noticed, and I said, "Oh, I didn't really notice it." So the second time I watched it, I said, "Oh, yeah, you're right. Like he definitely does use ice breath, but like it's not as noticeable." I guess.
It's Snyderized. Snyderized.
So the second time I noticed it, and I was like, "Oh, I mean, it works. It looks like it." So it's not like campy. Like it's not like literally like
what they try to do with it.
snowflakes coming out of his mouth. You know.
I mean, like when you see Justice, he like literally takes a deep breath.
Yeah.
But
Well,
this
that's
one
also
is
the
just
scene
like
where he's got
a casual,
CGI hands,
casual little. That's
Yeah.
it. That's it. And it was like, oh, okay. So he has ice breath, but it's so subtle and so casual. Snyder, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Mario, what did you think about that?
I mean, listen, I think practically everything about Superman in this movie was like spot on perfect.
Yeah.
And it made me feel like, you know what? I stand corrected, Mr. Snyder. Because I was a little skeptical about, you know, when I would hear like that he was playing this long game, that he's going to eventually be a sort of more recognizable Superman, whatever, you know, to me. I was like skeptical if are we ever going to get there, or what is his idea of what this Superman is. But when I finally met what Superman we were building towards, I'm like, oh, I like this Superman a lot. I love this Superman.
Did the difficulty of the journey to get there change the satisfaction that you got out of him getting to that point? Or do you think that
I mean, you mean like having him go through like basically
like for you, are you like, oh, I now see the value, or I appreciate that they didn't do this in Man of Steel and BVS, or do you, or would you think I really liked this, I wish they did more of that? Or do you think that would diminish how significant it was when he finally gets to this point?
You know, that's a great question. Mainly, actually, the way I think about it is, and we talked about this in DMs yesterday or the day before. Like for me, I'm happy with having to wait to kind of get to see the death and rebirth of Superman and kind of see where he is today. And I do think it's kind of it makes the entire ride much more satisfying now, knowing that he's actually going to end up there, that I'm going to actually see him become that guy. So now, like, I'm actually excited to go back and rewatch Man of Steel and BVS Ultimate Edition for like the 5th time now, which is a lot for me. I'm excited to go back and watch it now, knowing that this is going to pay off in something. Because the last couple of times I've watched them too, it's like it feels like I'm just building up to cinematic blue balls. Because I know we're going back to the theatrical cut, and none of this is going to get paid off in any kind of satisfying way. You know,
I know Superman's going to come back and it's going to be great. How do you know that, Mario? Faith.
Yeah, faith. So now there's that. But there's also the thing that we discussed in DMs was also like, for me, the only thing that that I still wish that there had been a little more of somewhere along the way was, we hear a lot about people who were impacted by him and inspired by him and people who loved him. And there's a lot of, to me, there's a lot of lip service to that, but we don't see enough of it. Like, I wish we could have spent a little more time seeing the world love this Superman a little bit. To balance out how much, I just felt like in BVS, the focus was so much on the skepticism towards him that we never got to kind of see this other side that we hear about a lot. That I feel like if there had been more of that sort of balance where we could see how he impacted people positively. Listen, I think I would have been an overall happier Superman fan leading to this. But with that said, with the way things are now, I'm super happy knowing that it actually all pays off. I stand corrected. Snyder had it in him all along.
That's awesome.
That's all that matters.
That's Mario's arc, right?
Yeah, that's my arc. There it is. Yep, literally same shirt I wore to the premiere. I went to the midnight screening the night before the movie came out to see this in Times Square, and this is the shirt.
Speaking of that, I mean, like, I'll take the L. I when people were like, "Oh, do you think we're gonna get the shirt rip at the end in this movie?" And I was like, "Nah, I think that was like meant for like later on." I think even Steven agreed about that too, and it's there. But when he shirt ripped, it was still the black and silver fucking emblem. I was like, "What the? Oh, okay." Because I thought like, okay, that was something the studio was like, we need to have a scene where Clark does the shirt rip. And Snyder was like, all right, I'm going to do that. And so I kind of thought like, is it going to be in this movie or is it going to be later? Like if there's going to be potential for sequels, will we have it later and then it'll be like the actual emblem of red, blue, yellow, you know, and the normal emblem.
Mm-hmm.
But it was there, and it was black and silver, and I was actually surprised, like, wow.
That's what I think I told Mario last time was I didn't think that was going to be. And I think you said if it ends there, I think I'll be happy. I was like, I don't know if it's going to end
And
there.
it ended there.
Right.
Yeah,
Mario was not right.
I mean, listen,
it's
totally
still
delivered.
a curious conversation of having that shirt ripped because that means he is back as Clark Kent.
Yeah.
Yes,
Like,
of
how
course
does
that's
that-
what we'll go into, but how do you explain that? I know that's
Yeah.
a whole other thing.
Well,
but,
that's an area where I realized that there is maybe a bit of a benefit to the fact that this is only a few weeks later. I know they had a funeral for Clark, so that makes it complicated, but it was a small funeral in a small community where I can, after rewatching that recently, I'm 100% positive all of Smallville knows.
Yeah, I like that theory too. I try to subscribe to that.
Watching Perry White in BVS.
Oh, he knows.
His character is so much better when you know that he knows and he's ready.
Oh my God! Like when I watched it last night, I was going, okay, he knows like halfway through this fucking movie.
Yeah.
He really does.
Think about the fact that like, so who was he?
Maybe even before that.
And so, okay, so this is a few weeks later. Everyone who's at the funeral would be totally complicit in a cover-up story. I think that they are sort of free to bring back Clark Kent and be like, "Whoa! It turns out he was in a coma in the hospital," and everyone would be like, "Oh yeah, totally, right?" Like,
well, that's Clark Bent, his cousin.
Bent.
wow.
No, it's one of those things. And I mean, and I think like my biggest gripe, which I've said in my regular review, in my spoiler review, is the fact that, you know, it just doesn't feel like the world is there like it was with BVS and Man of Steel. It's like, okay, when we had Man of Steel, we had government, we had army, we had all this stuff, and it was like, oh, hey, yeah, they're aware like shit's happening. BVS, same thing. Swanwick was always there. In this one, not so much.
But I kind of feel like that's by design because now is when our heroes, like, now we're there. That was all in the lead up. But now these are the only beings that could actually stop this.
I'm not complaining because I mean the story really flows, and I'm kind of wondering like if you added that, would that take away?
I was expecting a lot of that going into it, and then coming out of it and not having that. What I realized about BVS and Man of Steel is that they are very preoccupied with and concerned with how society views the heroes.
Yeah.
So you got these are all different genre movies. So in Man of Steel, you've got this sort of first contact alien invasion story, very preoccupied with who is he, where did he come from, what is he doing. What does he want? You know, and that's all very media driven. You know, there's an outsider among us, right? Mm-hmm. And then in BVS, you have the political drama and intrigue. So of course you've got political and news stuff going on there. The same stuff that you have in Man of Steel, but kind of a new angle on like, oh wow, so he can destroy the world. How is this going to be related? And the media is very relevant there also because it's manipulating how Batman feels and what and what you know, Lex Luthor thinks, or Wallace Keefe, and so it's very the outside world pressing in on the heroes is what that's all about. But then you get to this story, and it's all about the heroes and how they feel about themselves and each other. And so, while I love Perry White, we don't need Perry White to tell Flash what to think about Cyborg, right? Or we don't need Neil deGrasse Tyson to talk to talk about the Speed Force for Bruce to know how to find Barry, right? This is all about the team, and it's very introspective, and they're overcoming internal conflicts. And in that context, I think that once you start throwing in the news, you're distracting from the focus of the movie, and you're expanding it into an outward place that we're not really concerned about. Because also look at Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf wasn't attacking population centers. He wasn't attacking people really at all. I mean, there were some people were being kidnapped by parademons, but it was Star Labs was like the people that were being impacted.
Yeah.
And then Atlanteans and Amazons. So yeah, the Atlanteans were impacted and the Amazons were impacted. They don't have CNN. right? And so because of that, who even knows? I mean, I think maybe there'd be news media talking about like what happened today at the ship and Superman is back or whatever. But that's so close to the end battle that that's not something that's at that point it's no longer relevant to the story. Like imagine they're flying to the end battle and they've got like Anderson Cooper on TV. Like apparently Superman is back.
Well, I mean, you know, it's not even like that. Like I don't need like full on media. I just wanted like Swanwick again. You know, I mean, we got a little bit of Swanwick when he like, you know, obviously did his Martian Manhunter thing. But I just wish Swanwick was a little, you know, Harry Lennox. When you watch Man of Steel and you watch BVS, I mean, there's just something about his presence. And now that we know who he actually is, I don't know. I think it just would have, I don't know, would have added just a little bit to the story.
So you're saying 4 hours and 2 minutes was not enough for you?
Not enough. It was not, Mario. Not enough.
Another hour.
I mean, every time I watch it, I always go, God damn it, I want more. I want more, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I think all of us want more. But I'm just saying, like, it just needed that. To me, it was like I needed to feel a little bit of that real world element just with that. Just with Swanwick. I mean, if there was something with Swanwick, I would have like, okay, cool. And I mean, we did get something with Swanwick, which was something totally different, which I love. But at the same time, I just wish it was just a little bit tapped into the real world, just a little bit, you know. That's just me.
That's in the 5-hour cut.
Yeah. I'm just kind of wondering, like, was that like a request from, hey, you know what? Don't worry about the real world shit like you always do, Zach. Can you just fucking concentrate on the characters? And I kind of wonder if that was a request. That's what I just wonder, you know. And I just kind of wonder if at one point there was a little bit of that aspect. You know, we see the government, we see some of the stuff like, hey, you know, the government in America or something. Swanwick goes, what the fuck? What? There's like something that's happening in Russia right now. Like there's like this dome thing that just formed. What the hell is that? You know, I just kind of wanted a little.
You know what? Now that you mention it, I had that feeling in the scene during that sequence there where Whedon had snuck in the Aquaman sitting on the lassos, you know, in that portion of the movie, wherever they are, and that's, you know, where Ben is sitting in the suit but without the cowl on. So in that sequence, it dawned on me that I'm like, hang on, so the world is basically like coming to an end, and these are the only people who are trying to do anything about it, according to this. You know what I mean? Like it dawned on me like it's just them coming up with the plan to go attack. And now that you mentioned that, Dave, like I guess ordinarily, we've been sort of preconditioned to expect to see like the Situation Room and people looking at a big thing, and there's, you know, radioactive signals on a radar and whatever. Well, but
even going to that tomorrow, it's like, you know, there was like a part where it was like, okay, they concentrated on Alfred working on the new gauntlets for Batman, which was so fucking awesome. I love that. But then all of a sudden it was like, okay, they're in the Batcave, and, you know, Bruce goes, hey, something darker, this, that, and this. And then all of a sudden, Alfred goes, oh, my God, Master Wayne, because Cyborg fixed the Flying Fox. And then they're going up, and Batman has a entirely new, you know, costume. Where did that come from? I'm like, was there something, like an explanation?
Dave wants to see the suit-up scene.
Yes.
With the zoom in on the butt.
It's like, he has this new tactical suit. Like, where'd that come from?
Where did the armor suit in BVS come from?
Well, they kind of. Well, no,
he just had it.
No. But in BVS,
but
in BVS, he actually was like Alfred was working on that. You actually see him working on.
Well, because I think this one, if I remember correctly, when he puts it on, he's already got like scars across the emblem and stuff. I think it's not a brand new suit.
Yeah,
because he uses the bracers in the tunnel fight where he's in his original suit still.
Yes. Yeah, I know. I get that. And we know where, you know, the gauntlets came from, which is great. You know, he's like he was inspired by Wonder Woman. I love that scene where, you know, Alfred and all that. But it's just like the suit was like, all of a sudden he's got a new suit. you know, and I'm just kind of going like, just like a simple explanation. And you know what? And going back to the question about what were you disappointed about? I almost wanted somebody to acknowledge in the Batcave, hey, that suit right there that says, haha, joke's on you, Batman. What is up with that?
Yeah.
Did you guys see the Robin suit in the Lois
Yes.
shot?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I wanted one of the Justice. I wanted Barry to acknowledge that.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. Like you have the
Is that what
suit
happened?
that is like torched that says, haha, joke's on you, Batman. What is up with that? I kind of wanted to
like right
something
after he
with
walked
that.
in.
Barry would
Oh, cool.
And then
Yeah.
and like this
Way
Barry
cool.
would totally be like, so what's that about? You know,
Yeah,
that would be a thing.
That would be Aquaman would say, so Superman died in battle with you, and this other kid died in battle with you. I'm out of here.
I'm not teaming with this guy.
Hey,
The
Batman,
odds
why do you got
with
a little kid's
lightning-
Halloween costume in here?
I'm not, you know what? I'm just like, I'm not trying to shit on. I'm just I'm just.
What you're
talking
saying
about
is you hate this movie.
I hate this fucking movie. You know, Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm really, you know, it's.
I think you want more, and it's stuff that I think maybe there may be an opportunity to see in the future if they continue the story.
That's the thing.
To be excited for.
But see, Steven, the fact that it was so emphasized about Joker and Robin, and he goes, why send a boy wonder to do a man's job? I'm like, God damn it. If there was a scene where one of the Justice League members, specifically, I just wanted Barry to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
What is
Did
up
you read
with
what-
that? It would
did
just
you read
would
what
have
Zack said
added
about that?
a little bit more.
So the Joker stuff was originally going to be mostly in Justice League 2.
Yes.
It's like the Joker and Robin stuff. But they brought it into here because for a variety of reasons. But did you see how Zack described the scene that he had planned for Joker and Batman in Justice League 2?
Yeah.
He said he wanted to have like a
Oh, dude, that round table.
he said a Rashomon. He said it's the Last
Oh my God.
Supper.
I want that so
the Last
bad.
Supper with the Justice League and
Yes.
Joker is there.
Oh my God.
And they have a
Version of
Rashomon style recounting of
Yes.
the death of Robin from both Batman and Joker are at the dinner table together telling their side of the,
Wow.
the
And they're
story.
both wrong. And then Alfred's version was the correct one or something.
Oh, dude, I mean, I'm telling you, I mean, like, that's why I just wanted that just a little bit of acknowledgement, like a little, like, 27-second of just acknowledgement of like, what is that? And just like that, I just
Barry
want a
zooming around the
little bit of
back,
that.
he's
A
standing
little-
there, and he does
It
that
would have been
side by
perfect
side.
with Barry. Yes. I'm just saying, like, I just wanted to, somebody to acknowledge that suit in the Batcave for the lake house. I just wanted a little bit of that. So I was kind of like going, damn it. Was there something that was shot? Maybe. I don't know. But I just wanted I wanted somebody to point that out and just to add to what could be in the future, because obviously Joker points it out. And then Zack has talked about how they wanted that. See, oh my God.
Plot twist. Plot twist. Plot twist.
Uh-oh.
The movement, this movement, this group of people, we are actually the original content for Zack Snyder's next 4-hour epic that will be focused around a group of people breaking into a vault where the entirety of everything they shot for this movie exists. Maybe there's zombies around it. I don't know, something like that. But we'll play with it. We'll play with it. We'll flesh it out. But the point is, it's a heist movie, except we steal every single piece of film that was shot and we watch it obsessively.
True.
Yeah.
But
Very
that
true.
is
We're
labeled
true to
director
both, even with Empire
at
right
2
here.
minutes,
Like, yeah.
so it's going to be 30 minutes shorter than this was.
Oh, well, oh yeah, only everything that was.
That I'm just saying that was just me, just to add a little bit more to that story, because I really want to fucking see that story played out. I mean, Leto is obviously going like, I want to explore more of that killing of Robin. My character killing Robin. And I mean, like I said, when it comes to that scene, and I love that scene because it's mainly interaction with Batman with his arch nemesis. Really, we have Joker, we have Deathstroke, and he talks to Joker. That is just beautiful. And then all of a sudden, he turns to Slade, who's just like going like, yeah. Are you regretting like bringing him along? You know? And then you just say, what do you think? You know, and that whole thing, and then. Oh my God! It's just as a Batman fan, it's like, oh my,
So would you want 4 hours of that movie?
Yes, that's what I want. Just that.
You listening, Emmerich?
He's not going to be the one to make that call.
I know.
I mean, come on, Meg, you got to back me up on this.
I back you.
Yeah,
just like she backed you up with those torn boxes she sent you.
Hey.
I know, right?
When I sent them, they were pristine. So I don't know what happened in between here and there. Maybe Dave's trying to set me up.
Huge Superman Funko Pop.
Now,
right?
Now, like I said, she's Spartan all the Funko Pops into the box with a kick. I'm just kidding. Yeah, no,
stomped right on them.
No, but when it comes to those nightmare scenes, I'm like, God damn it, man! How do you not want to explore more of that? Warner Media, AT&T, how do you not want to explore more of that? Because I mean, I've been screaming it. I mean, we've all been screaming it, but lately I've been screaming it like because I went down the route of Book of Eli and Mad Max Fury Road. I'm like, to take DC characters and put them in this kind of world.
Just watch Book of Eli.
How would you not want to, explore that? This apocalyptic, wasteland world with DC characters.
That's what's crazy is that like people are because people keep on asking. Everyone loves to do the whole ranking thing. Like I mentioned this earlier, like these are 3 totally different genres of movie, and I mean even different cinematographers for each one so far. Like Zack has really changed it up in every way, and not like the Marvel way where it's like, oh no, this is a political thriller, aka it's an action comedy with elements of political drama in it, or like, oh, this is a fantasy epic. No, it's a action comedy with some fantasy elements in it. We straight up have a First Contact alien invasion movie. Then we have a political, like a neopolitical drama, mystery drama,
which is perfect with Batman and Superman. I mean,
exactly. And then we have this high fantasy, sci-fi, heavy metal epic.
No, say it. Say it.
Well, no, but I can't say it because it's going to contradict what I'm going to say next.
Okay.
The next movie is Mad Max. It's Mad Max is the next movie. And so it's funny that people, the funny thing that I get not concerned about, but like that's ironic about it is that I think people are going to finally be like, whoa, we want more of this. And then he's going to be like, okay, cool, here's the next one. Like, I'm like, that's not what we asked for. We want more of that. Because what it's going to be Mad Max. I don't know what the genre for 3 is. 3, he said, is a New Gods invasion movie.
Invasion.
So
what is that?
I don't know if
like an all-out war.
I don't know if that's another Lord of the Rings or if it's like another high fantasy movie or if that's going to be a war movie. Like that would be insane to see Zack Snyder do like a Saving Private Ryan
Dude.
I want to see Dunkirk by Zack Snyder.
With Batman's just in a boat the whole time.
Oh man.
Realistically, guys, like, what are your thoughts? Like, we will hear some type of something like by Monday, like at least the numbers or how big it was or how successful it was.
We'll hear a vague statement from HBO Max about how they're pleased with it and give some vague comparison to another movie whose stats we don't know. Like they'll say it did better than Wonder Woman 1984, which is better, like, and it exceeded our expectations, and we're very happy. And then there'll be like a bunch of third-party stats that we don't know exactly how they were gathered and don't have complete parity on it. But they'll say like they'll talk about social media buzz. They'll talk about how many times HBO Max was mentioned and estimates and stuff like that. But we're not going to get like subscriptions or view counts for 30 days probably.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see all that. I mean, they're already looking at it right now. I mean, come on. I mean, when I talked to Debbie earlier, I mean, when she talked about the day of November 17th, 2019.
Yeah.
You know, she said she was like, they were looking at all of that stuff, and they were looking at, they were comparing that to other streaming services like Netflix, Disney, all that stuff. And it just far exceeded that. Like when it came to, you know, the buzz, the hype. And when everybody like was just like hitting release the Snyder Cut so hard, I mean, my God. Now, I mean, what have we talked about? Like Zack Snyder's Justice League has been like trending for like 48 hours, probably more. Steven?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
I haven't paid as much attention, but
I
it's,
just hold on
crazy.
before you go into that. Can we have a moment of silence for Scott?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I forgot
No.
he's like,
Scott's not
totally-
coming back.
God, I could hug
He
you.
went out and
I know. I would love to hug the guy, and I'm starting to get to the point where I'm as drunk as he was.
We're kissing
Yeah.
you on your head, Scott.
So you're gonna have a little
on your head when you
He
get
was that guy
drunk,
at the
Dave.
party that wanders off to get Taco Bell and never comes back.
So true.
God damn it, Steven, you put Taco Bell in my brain. I want Taco Bell now.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's so
It
true.
must be- that sounds good about
Now we know he's the guy we hide the keys from.
Yeah. I'm fine. What are you talking about?
I'm fine. No, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, they're seeing the numbers. I mean, how do you not see the hype that, you know, when you have like HBO, was it Asia that like crashed?
Yeah.
Even HBO Max crashed for a little bit, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah,
about
and
that?
then the screener or scener or whatever watch party crashed. There's like 26,000 people trying to get on it at once.
Yeah.
And it crashed. So
That's funny that Snyder had a video today and he talked about, in a way, can I just say, sorry about the
Exactly.
Asia.
Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's that popular.
I'm telling you, it's not like he has to like full on be like, you know, the shepherd of all this. I mean, yeah, he will be. It's his vision. But it's like if they decide to do more stuff, I mean, Ben Affleck was trending yesterday, today, back. Like I saw that. And I'm like, oh my God, is Affleck is seeing that? And he goes, he's probably going, should I do this? Should I do my movie? On that charity stream, Joe showed up. Joe Manganiello showed up, and he's like, I want to do Deathstroke. I want to do anything Deathstroke. And I'm like going, Jesus Christ. I mean, come on.
Well, you know, I think the first chip to fall may not be necessarily an announcement of a restoration of the Snyderverse per se, but I would not be surprised if the thing that gets announced based on the success of this is David Ayer's Suicide Squad now.
Yeah.
That's already
going to be the next thing.
That content that's ready to go that he
Yeah.
can re-edit.
You're
and they
right.
and they could do that in a few months, like literally capitalize
And that
on
buys
this.
them time, I
Yes.
think, to figure out
Yes.
what's going
They
and
got the Ayer cut just sitting there. So
they've got to
that's
have
gonna be
something
the announcement.
And
to
the
give
buzz
people.
for Jared Leto's Joker is so high.
Yes.
So high.
Bingo. Bingo. And then
And
you
he's gonna
have
be-
Leto as a through line because you're gonna have him be in the next Justice League movie.
It's not a mistake that he's the one that Zach added to this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been telling people, I'm like, I imagine the call was, hey, Jared, do you want to bring back the Joker? What do you got in mind, Zach? 3
Yeah.
minutes, you buy us 3 more hours.
Yeah.
More hours.
I mean,
4
as
hours.
much as they did with just like 5 to 6 minutes. I mean,
Right?
my God. I mean, and then I even saw today. I think it was Stephen Colbert, not Colbert, Colbert.
Oh yeah.
who interviewed Jared Leto, talking to him, and he even talked about it. Was like, he's like, is this? He held up two pictures, both like Snyder's version, and then of course Ayer's version. He's like, is this the same Joker? And he goes, well, no, it's like it's an evolved Joker. He
Yep.
talked
Yeah.
about that, and it's like, yeah, this is not the same Joker because this is the Joker that survived the apocalypse. That has seen some shit, and he evolved to where he is right there.
Right.
But it's like we haven't seen all what was right here with Ayer. I mean, there's so much that was cut out. We've heard that many times that there literally is like a Jared Leto Joker like movie that you can actually put in
But they cut
David
like
Ayers.
90% of his stuff.
Yes, and it's like capitalize on that. And I think Kyle R is going to be like, oh, I know. Wait. We'll see. I'm going to put it in there. Watch. Boop. David Ayers, Suicide Squad. Bam. I'm hoping for that.
I think the thing also that people don't get about Joker from Suicide Squad is they say like, oh, well, they cut like 90% of it, but I didn't like the 10% that I did get. Like, that was
but that, you can't judge anything.
Well, not only can you not judge it, but also and who knows, I could be very wrong on this, but because of the nature of what they cut out, was all the non-essential stuff, right? But look at when people say like in Justice League, for example, there's all this non-essential stuff, but that's the stuff that makes the essential stuff work, right? All of the fluff, the character development is what makes the character work. And so what they did basically was they cut Joker down so that he's exclusively punchlines and no build, right? And so it's all just like everything he says is like the most extreme crazy parts of what he says, but all of the crescendo,
all the build, all of the connective tissue to those moments
is what got axed. And so when people
by the way, we just
oh,
exceeded the runtime of Zack Snyder's Justice League.
There we go. I don't know if like restoring his full thing necessarily means. I don't think people should expect that to be a full movie of him being that crazy.
No.
So yeah.
I agree. So so honestly, I think that's the thing. And to me, it makes all the sense in the world because once again, it's content that you don't have to spend a lot of money on. It's already sitting there. All he has to do is complete his re-edit. And he's teased stuff on Twitter.
Yes.
He's done stuff where he speaks in Spanish. And in Spanish, what he's saying is, you're going to love it when you see it. Wait till you see it. It's awesome. As if it's like it's already been discussed and it's something that's inevitable. So I feel like that's more than likely the next thing. And it's a great way to have all these people who just rushed to subscribe. What a way to keep them now. To now announce on Monday or Tuesday, by the way, stick around because y'all are getting the Ayer cut next. And then in the meantime, as you're now continuing to see how this brand is doing, assuming it's performing as well as we think it is, now that buys them time to formulate what to do with Justice League 2. And that's going to be when they finally have to spend new money. All of this will have been generated on footage from 5 years ago. It would be like a genius way to take old footage and make new business and set up future success.
And this is a little bit hearsay because this is not coming like from the studio. It's coming from just somebody who's kind of in the industry. But my understanding on the way these like distribution deals normally work, the fact that HBO Max isn't available internationally, they had to strike distribution deals with Sky, with Binge, I think they call it, with all these different distribution outlets around the world. Those are typically like 10 million a pop or something like that.
Yeah.
So per like normal accounting, this movie already made a profit, made its budget back before it even started streaming. And now, of course, the type of money they're looking at getting from this is very different from that
of course,
cash injection that you look at like with a box office. This is not building a lump sum box office payoff. This is building a subscriber base, which is it's like an investment more so than a return.
Which is more argument as to why he should be able to.
Well, that's why you need to exactly. That's the benefit to continuing. Then is you double down on your investment and you keep on adding subscribers, maintaining subscribers. Regardless,
listening, guys.
But regardless, the fact that like no matter what, worst case scenario, like absolute worst case scenario, like let's say that all the internet traffic is Russian bots this week. Worst case scenario, they broke even.
Yeah. But you know what's funny too is like we're not even over with this yet. Debbie tonight, when I interviewed her, she goes, "Oh yeah, the marketing is not done yet."
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, there's still going to be more that's coming. And I was like, oh my God, really? Wow. What else can he do with this thing?
Yeah. That's what I talked about for a long time. Of course, people were still like all freaking out about where's the marketing? There's no marketing. I'm scared that like WB is marketing. And I said, no, it's streaming. You're literally burning any money that you spend marketing this, at least with trailers and stuff, before a week out. Because with streaming, if people can't play it, then they're just like, okay, why are you telling me this? Like, I don't need to go anywhere. I don't need to get a babysitter. I don't need to reserve tickets. I'm at home. I'm already where I need to be. And so just let me know when I can watch it. And so then notice, like, the week before it opens, all of a sudden, like, the heavens open up and just pour Justice League trailers onto the world. Yeah. And so it's going to continue into the next week, because now you got all the first round of viewers out there, who are all all of us who knew it was coming, wanted it to be coming. Now the second round is going to be due to word of mouth. It's going to be all the holdovers that were like, I don't know about that, but now word of mouth is going to convince them. And then the third wave is going to be all the people who had no idea what's going on. They don't follow any of this stuff. They don't know the Snyder Cut exists. Which is the general audience, which is 98% of the people who are going to watch this thing at all, believe it or not. They're going to see it in about a week, and they're going to be like, "Whoa, this is amazing!" I mean, hopefully, and then I don't know, but I can't wait for those numbers. And my big question is, how long will it take? Or how long has it taken for it to become the most watched thing ever in total on the HBO Max platform? That's the stat I'm going to wait for them to highlight.
Yeah, more than Tom and Jerry.
In a month, they're going to tell us how long it took to become the most watched thing on the platform.
And something that I think is worth noting, I don't know if you guys have ever discussed it on here before, but something else that all these streaming apps look for and that everyone has to keep in mind is that it's not just about how many times you stream it. It's not just about that. It's about how long you stick around and keep the service. Because if they think that you're a fickle customer who just comes in and you got it on March 17th and then you watched the hell out of it and canceled it on March 19th, then they're gonna feel like then we can't really invest in this, customer. But if we as a fandom stick around and we vote with our dollars by staying with the service, it's gonna be like, well, then this is a fandom that we need to give more content to.
Exactly, a captive audience.
We lured them in. Now we got to keep them happy.
Speaking of story arcs, everyone pay attention. Mario just said, if we as a fandom keep watching this.
Listen, I want to more. I'm officially on.
Oh man, I love the fact that he said, "Listen." Did you guys notice, like, in the Debbie interview, she said, "Listen" a lot too.
Yeah, I noticed she says that quite a bit as well.
Yes, something I noticed.
The Snyders, they listen a lot. Like, hey,
Zach got a lot better at interviews in the last couple of years. If you remember his older interviews, they weren't bad, but he did a lot more rambling. And I think he might have gotten some coaching, because if you pay attention, what he does a lot of times now is he'll repeat the question before he answers it, which is like a very big interviewing trick.
Yep.
So you say, like, will there be more Justice League? And he'll go, will there be more Justice League? Well, here's what I can tell you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
They have some really interesting. She's so polished and put together, and honestly, like, I love Zack Snyder. He is a visionary, but like, I feel like he would be a man in sweatpants and a Hanes V-neck.
Low budget zombie movie.
Awesome low budget zombie movie.
You know what? I almost wanted to say that to Deb. I'm like, behind every great creative man is like, and I try to express that. I'm like, what? Yes. I'm like, we don't express enough. I even said that to her. I'm like, a lot of these big IPs, there are women producers that are fucking handling this shit. And I said that. I wanted to express that to her. I'm like, behind all this stuff, we can talk about female directors. Yeah, not enough. Yeah, I get that. But so many female producers that are behind these huge IPs. And, and I really wanted to express, like, I'm like, is the relationship you guys have, like Unitas has with, like, does he look over at you and go, is this okay? And I mean, like, when I really wanted to, like, express that, and I got to laugh at her, which was great.
I love how she said, what was it? She used a word. It wasn't shenanigans. It was, it's like, sometimes he wants to do, like, you said, how
he said something. Yeah.
And she basically said, you know what, I really try not to do that. Like, as a producer, I try to not interfere with the creative role, but sometimes he wants to do some crazy shit, and I just have to be like, Zach, you can't do that.
Well, that's why I wanted to bring that. I brought that up. I was like, is there times where you just go, no, you drop the hand, and I was like, I gotta go laugh at her. I was like, good, and That's part of their relationship, and I love that.
From watching the interviews that she's done on the one she did on IGN, I think she was good. League of Mayhem was good. With You was good, and so but you start to see the same story told multiple times. Where it's kind of clear they have a practiced answer to it,
which is something that I think a lot of people who have been together for a long time, who have like that kind of dynamic in their relationship, they have their story, right?
And they have practice telling it,
and they've practiced telling it, and
and the one that
has that,
and the one that she has practiced telling is the way they pitched 300.
Yes.
And so it's crazy to think about how. So to me, like the kind of story that I fill in there, because she met him when he was doing Dawn of the Dead, and she is the marketing producer, right? And she comes from like commercials, but you listen to the way they did 300 was he had this idea and she said, okay, cool, let's make a pitch. And the pitch they did is the same kind of pitch they would do for a marketing campaign.
Yeah.
And so when we're talking about like how did he go from being Zack Snyder, music video producer who did Dawn of the Dead, or music video director who did Dawn of the Dead, what's the difference? What got him to do 300, which then gave him the clout he needed to do everything? The pitch. And the pitch is Debbie.
Yep.
And like what a powerful combination.
Yeah. True power couple, true goals. Like they're and I just unpinned this tweet today, but their family is, I mean, they make great movies together, they do great work together, they're doing amazing things in the industry, and I'm like so grateful that seems to be being championed, right? But my favorite thing that they do is their family, she's called it their circus family. Not just their immediate family and their children and each other, but the people their crew that they kind of bring with them from project to project. People that they vacation with, people that they would, get a house together if they're going to be on set for months at a time. Like that is the fact that they've built that speaks so much to me about who they are as people and the importance of the work that they're doing. Not just to them, not just to the fans, but to people's livelihoods, to people's to much bigger powers than just an individual. I want
to say Dave just finally removed Scott from the stream.
Can we have a moment?
Yeah, I was like, Scott. I was like, you know what? He's been sitting up there, and I'm like,
Scott on Squadcast.
He's still backstage. He's still backstage. I was like, man, maybe I should just like move that. Yeah, I know.
It's fair.
Yeah, it is fair. But I was
thinking of removing. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, we should probably wrap this up. We're like 4 hours.
Well, if you need a good sign off voice, I think have Mario go last now that Scott's gone.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing. And I'm glad that he is last around the horn, because Mario, you are your voice. Yeah, you have the best voice out of all of that. So I'm just saying, like, we're gonna go around the horn. Well, I mean, Meg has got a good voice too. I'm just saying. Like I want Meg to like read all the comic books that I own, and just read it to me. I'm just saying. I mean, I think I brought that to everybody's attention, and she hates me for it because like, what you said that? Jeez. But anyways, we're gonna go around the horn. This has been a great stream, guys. I appreciate it. There's we only like talked about half the shit that we could actually talk about.
Yeah, I know.
And again, I wish we could have had Garza on here, but I did foul up, and I was like, oh shit, I didn't send. I was trying to file everybody in at a time, and it didn't quite work. So Garza, maybe we'll do a Sunday morning thing. I'll bring you on. I don't know if he's going to actually do that. Who knows? It's Garza. But anyways, all right, let's go around the horn. Meg, plug yourself.
You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, Vero, and YouTube as Wonder Meg.
There it is. and she just interviewed the man himself, Zack Snyder. Yes.
Nice. I gotta hear that.
Fantastic. It was great.
Oh, you can also find her featured in recent publications like GQ.
Oh, what?
How many other ones are there?
Yeah, there's a lot.
Vogue. There's like international magazines. There's, I don't know.
What?
Yeah, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah, she's actually like doing
YouTuber.
good things, guys. And she helped me get this big, huge Superman that is right here, and then I'm petting his head right now. Ah, good stuff. Thank you, Meg.
Awesome.
So awesome. And then, all right, the Coberts.
Yeah, I think since Scott was in this position, I follow him at ScottDC27 on Twitter, and also subscribe to this DC Film Squadcast or the Squadcast Network, where squadcastmedia.net, where all of your Squadcast media can be found. Something like that. Anyway, I'm Stephen Colbert. You can find me at SM Colbert on Twitter. And also, BVS by the Minute is taking a short hiatus because we've got something else to talk about for a little while. Justice League by the Minute, though. We published our full commentary when Justice League dropped. So everyone, if you want to, it's not a proper commentary track like with full research and citations. It's like we call it a watch party or a listen along track. Like we're all in quarantine. Maybe if you want to watch with some friends, listen with us. You can subscribe to us, and then we've also got our spoiler review. If it's not out, it's coming out maybe tomorrow. And then we're about to break down each episode, and then after that, we'll go and do 1 minute at a time. So you can find all that at SnyderMinute.com.
And we'll be with you for the next 12 years. Hi, you can find me on Twitter at Pie Sugar Pie, but everywhere you think there should be an E in there, there's actually a 3 because it was cool when I was like, I don't know, 14 or something. Anyway, that's basically it. You can find my Vero from there, and I don't really want you to follow me on Instagram. So, mwah.
Wow. There you go.
If you find it, you're special.
All right, Mr. Chris Wong Swenson.
Chris Wong Swenson, you can find me at Ping Pong Flick Show with this guy. No. He's just like running around.
I knew. I was like, when is one of your kids gonna like come in there, man? Come on.
There's a lot. They're playing Minecraft and whatever. But yeah, and you can find me at anywhere at Ping Pong Flicks. All right.
There you go. All right, Mario, bring us home.
All right, my name is Mario Francisco Robles, and nowadays you could find me at Superman on Film, which I'm happy to announce that between now and April 18th, the anniversary of the first comic book appearance of Superman, I will be launching the website supermanonfilm.com to discuss things like the potential restoration of the Snyderverse, to talk about the J.J. Abrams flick that's coming up, to talk about Supergirl awesomeness now that we've cast a new Supergirl, and even talk Superman and Lois. So Superman on Film is where you could find me over on the Twitter.
Nice, man. God damn. And you got, I mean, like I said, you brought us home with that. You have that voice, man. You have that voice. I love your voice, man.
Can we all do dark side impressions just to end the night? I just want to embarrass you. I'm just here to embarrass you all. Come on,
I don't know if I can do that, but I mean,
suddenly
I don't know if it's going to be as good as
You are watching the Vodka stream.
Jeez, God, that drop. I'll never.
That'll make your pussy throb.
Yes.
That's
Jesus Christ. Anyways, guys, I appreciate everybody joining us. You know where to find me.
Poor Mario.
Like, what the fuck?
He's been on before.
Oh man, it's a good party here. Scott, I'm sure he'd love to sign us off as per usual, but we love Scott.
He's gonna wake up and be like, "What?"
He's like,
His StreamYard link will still be open.
If someone sees Scott, put a drape a blanket over him and leave a glass of water next to him.
Scott hits me up and goes, "Dude, you got to delete that." I'm only like, no, I'm not. No, it's not gonna happen. But anyways, you know what to do. Hit that like, thumbs up button, and then of course, if you want to join Film Junkee, be a member. You get some, some behind the scenes vlogs and everything.
Nudes.
That's
You get nudes.
yeah, exactly. What she said. But if you want to join, of course, the Patreon, you could do that too. That helps out the pirate ship. And then, of course, Film Junkie Closet. If you want to get some merchandise, all that stuff. All right, guys, it's been a great ride, and I appreciate everybody who's involved in all this. And you know what? Wow, which drop should I play? Well, I mean, we got this one.
And also, I'm excited to watch the Snyder Cut because Joss Whedon sucks.
Yes, he does. And
I believe Joss Whedon.
Oh, fuck that guy.
Yeah, that aged.
I mean, come on.
It was never good, but it aged badly.
Very badly. Very.
That ain't cheap.
Now I need I need an epilogue now.
Hey, who likes the Snyder Cut? I'm gonna play that one in a bit. And who is hating the fact that everybody likes the Snyder Cut? Well, that's the WB executives. They're all going.
That was Toby Emmerich this morning.
Yeah. Yes.
Wow. Toby Emmerich's out.
Exactly.
Fucking hard fact.
Exactly. All right. So
we've signed off like 19 times. All right, everyone.
You don't even know. And I'm gonna sign off with the video that I made because why not?
It never existed. No such thing exists.
Doesn't exist.
Yeah, that doesn't exist.
That's cool, but you're living in a fucking dream world, okay?
I reckon you should show it.
Right? You think I should just show it?
Yeah, I think
I
we
mean-
should.
I reckon
Well,
it too.
No disagreement here.
I think that. I mean, I don't have I can't show the movie right now, because it's still a little bit to do. But I mean, there is this. I have this. I don't know if this is helpful. See that?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my
Wow.
god!
Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
I had to end it like that, man. I mean, come on. Look at us.
Look at us.
Look at us. So
Not
great,
me.
guys. Cheers.
Not me.
Yeah. A lot of
Look
us
at
didn't think about that, but yeah, here we are. But cheers, guys, and we'll talk to you later.